X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A voice that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, what is going on, guys? It's so good to see you all again. What's up, Perry Icefire, Sergeant Flux, good to see ya. Galaxy Bomb 42, how are you? War Penguin, good to see you again. Canova Striker, welcome back. What's up? Transgallon Pal, good to see ya. Ride the Rails, how you doing? Cleaver 120, good to see you again. My computer is slow as fuck, but I'm working on it. Ooh. Well, ask for advice when it comes to PC stuff, and you may receive. I do love giving tech advice where I can to people. I like sharing the knowledge I have. The Dreaded Blur, good to see ya. Rainy, what's up? Lord Rose 97, how are you? Jazz Dog, good to see ya. Circuit Dog, what's up? Lefty Jenna, how are you doing? Did I already? No, I already said hi to you. You tricked me. You tricked me. Balf, good to see ya. Hey, Xanderhall, today is a sad day. Yeah. Kabosu died. Yeah. Yeah. The dog that inspired the Doge meme. The dog that was the Doge. The Doge herself. She passed away. It was yesterday, yeah. She was 18 years old. I honestly had, like, kind of seen it coming. I don't know why, but I feel like I have a very unfortunate sixth sense for feeling when a dog's time is coming. and it's not a pleasant feeling, but it's always right. It's always right. Has Dogecoin skyrocketed? I remember that, like, when I started to think that this was going to happen, I bought a ton of Dogecoin and was like, I'm gonna hold this, because, like, I'm sure people are gonna buy the fuck out of Doge when Kabosu dies. And I was like, but if I do get rich off that, will I ever be able to live with myself? Like, genuinely, how long till I do a thing I can't say on stream if I were to get rich that way? I was like, nah, and I sold the Dogecoin and I put it into the S&P 500. So no, I'm not getting rich off of Kabosu dying. My uncle's dog, which is a wolf dog to be fair, lived to be almost 21. My uncle's wolf dog lived to be 20 years old, if I'm not mistaken. She was about as old as I was at the time that she passed away, and I was in my 20s. Early 20s, but yeah. Damn healthy doggo. Not just healthy doggo, but big doggo. A big half-wolf doggo. 20? Damn, that's how old I am now. It's really unfair that, like, I would do anything for dogs to get, like, an extra decade. You know what I'm saying? 20 years being, like, the realistic cap for dog lifespan is such bullshit. I would shave off a decade of my own lifespan and give it to all dogs ever. Without a second thought, I would give dogs 30-year cap. I might even go for 20, but I'm not confident that I'd live that long if I gave away like kind of a Death Note type trade. Longest living dog ever was 30 years old. Just Googled it. Yeah, but that's the long like you're talking like it's like when people live to be 130 or 140. Like it happens and they are literally skeleton people, but like that's not the human lifespan. Like, the human life is practically ended when you're 100, and the next, like, decades you might crawl through, or just, like, exist through. You're just kind of, like, you're the Emperor of Man, pretty much, from, like, Warhammer. You barely exist after 100, you know? You're, like, you're basically Mr. House. I know what he looks like, actually, though. Unfortunately, that has been spoiled for me a long time ago. Man, New Vegas is the most spoiled game of all time. Like having been spoiled like crazy for a lot of people. F? Why is everyone in YouTube chat effing? Stream's fine. I can see. Stream's fine. You can't fool me. Oh, I think you're effing because Kabosu. My bad. Yeah. Listen, I have bad short-term memory when it comes to what you guys are reacting to. When the chat doesn't move a lot, when a topic goes by, I'm like, what? Oh, yeah. Imagine if New Vegas has a year or two more in development. If it had a year or two more in development, well, that wouldn't have really changed much. The fact is, did I kill that lottery guy yet? No. The fact is, New Vegas truly needs a remake. Not a remaster, a remake. The game being in 32-bit alone is what needs to change. Like, if they could just make a full one-to-one remake, but it's in 64-bit, we win. We instantly win. There will literally be no more cap to the amount of mods you could run on New Vegas without crashing it at that point. You'd be able to mod it yourself into being a next-gen game, and that would be good enough for me. But I would really love a proper remake. Yeah, Fallout Newer Vegas. That's what I'm gonna name my mod list. Fallout Newer Vegas. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said Zan, you said you're binging Godzilla and Kong. Can we watch the new one? Watch party the new one. Guys, we actually could. I rented it last night for 48 hours. I have it for 48 hours, and I rented it last night, and I watched it. Kong and Godzilla, the New Empire. It went hard as fuck. I did not expect it to be that good. Sure, why not? I would love to do those movies in the Discord. I wanna, My buddy Ethan has never seen them before. I would like to get Ethan to watch them, because I know Ethan would really like them, and he knows little to nothing. All I said was, Bryan Cranston stars in the first movie, and he was like, I'm sold. He was like, yeah, I don't know. You'll have to let me know if those movies are good. And I simply replied, Bryan Cranston stars in the first one. He replied, I'm sold. That is all that needed to be exchanged between us. I heard New Vegas remake and ran the chat. We need a New Vegas remake. It needs to happen. I would do anything for that. But yeah, I really did enjoy the new Empire. Kong and Godzilla, the new Empire. Went hard as fuck. Enjoyed the hell out of it. I am now eagerly excited for the next movie. Your shirt slaps. Oh, are you ready? Lol, what the fuck, nice. Best fucking shirt. I have no idea why this shirt exists. My mom saw it on a clearance rack at the store like 4 years ago and bought it and gave it to me as a Christmas present or a birthday present, something like that. I have yet to find a single replica on the entire internet. It might be one of a kind. Someone might have just left it on a rack after printing it out themselves on the store. I don't know why my mom didn't understand why this goes so hard though. Like, my mom doesn't understand the meta-irony necessary to appreciate the full humor of this shirt. But most people I encounter in public that point it out do. When I go to the dispensary and I wear this shirt, it's like a stadium of laughter. Every employee at the fucking dispensary loves this shirt. I wear my hoodie over it, and then, like, I walk in and I'm like, hey, guess what? And I unzip the hoodie and I show the shirt, like they'll know. Like, what I'm doing, and they're like, oh, you got the shirt? And I'm like, yeah, I'm wearing the shirt. They're like, you gotta see this. They'll, like, call over the new security guard, like, you gotta see this shirt. This shirt goes crazy. Oh my god. What a fucking random crossover. That's so sick, Lamau. It's my favorite thing ever to wear it to the dispensary. I'm going to the dispensary either tonight or tomorrow. Depends on how early I can finish up stream and do the watch party. Probably gonna have to go tomorrow to the dispensary, and I'm definitely wearing this shirt there so I can make everyone laugh. It's funny as fuck. PepperT21, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 right there. Thank you. Said, or gifted to Canova Striker, Perpetually Wrong, Jazz Dog, PP Girl 420, and the Dreaded Blur. I hope they all appreciate getting their white names purged. Thank you. I certainly appreciate it. Didn't say anything, but thanks a lot, PepperT21. That really does help a lot, and I really appreciate it. And hey, by the way, if you're watching right now, as always, if you want to support the stream and you don't want to, like, donate or you don't have any money to give, then you can always just drop a like. If you're watching the stream right now, no matter when, where, or what you're watching, please consider dropping a like. Every single like, in real time, is like a zap to the YouTube algorithm to push my channel out to more people. You guys did a really good job liking the recent Nick Fuentes video. I don't know if you guys have seen. One of the most well-performing videos I've had in, like, this year is that recent Nick Fuentes video, and you guys went crazy dropping likes on that shit. Just crazy dropping likes on it. And that immediately had a massive effect. I mean it when I say, please like the videos. It really does help a lot. It's completely free, and it takes half a second. So thank you to everybody who does that. Hey Zan, I'm looking into getting a firearm license. Are you Canadian? And getting my first gun? Do you think I should start with a 22? IDK how powerful a gun I can handle? So, a 22 feels like shooting a toy gun. Ride the rails. Like, especially if you get a 22 long gun. Like, if it's anything you can shoulder with a stock, it's gonna feel like you're shooting nothing. Like a toy gun. It's a really fun, if you want to get a 22, you can get it really cheap 22 ammo is extremely cheap for ammo, and you're going to have a fantastic time just plinking away at the range with it. Your gun's quiet, like so quiet, realistically, especially if you buy subsonic rounds, you don't need to wear any ear protection at all. Like, you can just wear some, like, I'll always wear iPro. Always wear iPro when shooting. If you're shooting subsonic rounds that are meant to be quiet, and the whole point of the rounds that you're shooting is not having to wear ear pro, then you can take it off, but never don't wear iPro while shooting guns. You never know where casings are going to go. I'm getting a little bit lost into an unrelated tangent, but you never know what'll happen. Always wear your ear protection. 22 is gonna feel like, honestly, a Nerf gun has more recoil than a 22. I'm not joking. Like, the classic, like, Nerf revolver, I remember having more recoil than 22 pistols do. Maybe because I was a kid shooting those, but, like, yes, I am Canadian. Damn, I knew 22 was weak, but damn. No, like, let me show you what 22 looks like to shoot, and you'll completely understand that I'm not, like... Listen, I'm not a big, tough guy, right? I'm not a big, tough man who can hold some real guns, you know? That's not me, okay? Listen, I'm not, like, being pretentious about this. I promise you can handle way above 22. Oh my god, I've been shot by a 22? Well, better a 22 than literally anything else, right, Rainey? I'm sorry to hear that. Here, let me, 22 subsonic rounds. Will you ever do another video debunking that Wheat Waffles guy? Your video on him got me into you? Really? Interesting, Arc Reactor. Well, I guess, yeah. I didn't know that people liked my coverage of Wheat Waffles so much. Maybe I will. I don't know if you were like a Wheat Waffles fan and then you got into me from that, or you were just like... Sometimes, for me, I'll discover a creator and they annoy the fuck out of me. And I'll just actively search for a video of someone dunking on that creator, and I'll find somebody that I now like because they're like the one person who shat on that one guy that I really can't stand. So it could be either one of those scenarios, I guess, Arc Reactor. Real, same, yeah. Did the Paper Mario video do well? It did pretty well, yeah. Yeah, I think it did pretty well. Zan, you should always wear ear pro when shooting, at least basic earplugs. I agree. I completely agree. But there are specifically rounds made for not needing to wear ear pro. And I get what you're saying. I would still do it anyway, probably. And like, here's the thing though. Enough factors together, and it's not necessary to wear ear pro. So for instance, Subsonic 22 fired from a suppressor outdoors. This is very much a situation where you don't need ear pro, necessarily. Though this kid is not wearing eye pro right now, and that's what I consider a problem. You're gonna see casings come out of the side of this gun. That could easily go into the kid's eye. Just a hot casing. But yeah, just to give perspective on how... Yeah, full auto 22. The kid just doesn't even notice shooting the full auto 22. And it is just that quiet. Oh wait, I did have that turned down a lot.
Go.
Okay.
What do you think, man?
It's... You don't hear the sound of the rounds. You're hearing the sound of the machinery in the gun there. That's not the sound of like, the explosives inside of the casings and the projectile. That's the sound of the parts in the gun reciprocating that you're hearing there. That is how quiet 22 subsonic is. And the recoil is practically nothing. Like, practically nothing. I mean, really. Now, would I recommend 22 for, like... Okay, so it really depends. If you're buying your first gun, and you really need to know what you're looking for. Yeah, it sounds like a rattlesnake. You need to know what you're looking for. Are you getting a gun that is meant to be fun at the range, and potentially useful in a home defense situation? Like, somebody actually is trying to kill you, or hurt you in some bad way, and you need to use the firearm to defend yourself? Do you want it to be able to do that? Or is this literally only ever going to be reached for in any circumstance in the context of sport shooting? That's a really important clarification I need to know. Because, like, if you're just sport shooting, I might just tell you to go with the 22 and enjoy your pew-pew-pew, right? especially that cheap ammo, like how cheap the ammo's gonna be, like you might as well just get a 22 and have fun just like sport shooting at the range. But if you're going to go for something that can actually defend you, yeah, I wouldn't recommend mostly. Like, I don't know if there's anything 22 I would recommend. There might be something like a 22 AR-15, like what this kid's shooting here, which is I'm pretty sure what he's shooting. Like an AR-15 chambered in 22 that can go full auto somehow. I don't know. Maybe then you're fine. Maybe you'd be okay, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is a 22 AR-15, right? It looks like it. Picatinny rail, the charging handle's the same area with the vent where everything comes out. The magwell looks the same. The stock looks the same. Like this, I'm pretty sure this is just an AR-15 chambered in 22, right? MP22, you think? Okay. It's really hard to tell from this angle. It just looks a lot like an AR to me. Still not great at identifying, like, random firearms at a glance, unless it's something that's, like, really obvious. Like, if I see a Glock, I can spot that from a football field away, but, you know. Like, if you have, like, a SIG AR and an Armalite, right, like, Armalite AR next to each other, I'm not going to be able to tell who produced that AR and, like, what little tiny things are different between the companies or whatever. It's just, it's never that I might one day be able to get that into it, but I haven't fucked around with enough guns to be able to do that yet, you know? That's certainly a boomstick, all right. Hold on, let me show you guys the best gun meme ever made. That's a gimmick, Sonny.
Hey, Grandpa, take a...
This is my favorite gun meme. It's called That's a Gimmick, Sonny.
Hey, Grandpa, take a look at my issued SIG M5 rifle. While heavy, it provides better ballistics and armor-penetrating capabilities. That thing is a damn gimmick, sonny. I can't believe it's the year 2042, and the Army still doesn't know what the hell it's doing with infantry weapons. Back in my day, all we needed was a good M4 and an ACOG. We really gave those Taliban hell.
We're gonna turn the tide against the Krauts with these new semi-automatic M1 rifles.
That thing's a damn gimmick, sonny. I'd much rather have my trusty Springfield 1890 trapdoor rifle. We really gave those engines hell.
Grandfather, I'm about to ship out to the trenches. I hope that many Huns will meet their end by this here SMLE rifle.
That thing's a damn gimmick, sonny. There's simply no way you'll kill Fritz with that tiny 303 round. You need something with punch, like a 577 over 450. We really gave those Zulus hell.
Look, Grandfather, the militia has given me this brown best musket. We must prepare for the redcoats.
That thing is a damned gimmick, sonny. I'd much rather have my trusty matchlock.
Yarr, Grandpa! I've invented a short musket loaded with random trash to use for raiding me ships. We will call it a blunderbuss. Yo, that thing be a damned gimmick, matey. All us old sea dogs swear by the cutlass for a reason. We really gave those merchant ship scallywags hell.
Grandfather, I have prepared for battle with this new weapon, the Atlatl. Let us pray to Huitzilopochtli that we will slay our enemies. That thing is a damn gimmick, sonny. Quite frankly, Chieftain Ichlozoshi should ban it. Nobody needs to be able to toss a spear that far. Grandog, Grog made stick and sharp stone. Grog, call it spear. Grog kill bad tribe with spear. That thing damned gimmick, sonny. Bad tribe will laugh at Grog. No weapon better than war club. Grand Dog really gave bad tribe hell.
Grandpa, take a look at this new anti-vehicle weapon. It's slow to fire, but it packs a huge punch. They call it a Spartan laser. That thing's a damn gimmick, sonny. Always the time to charge up a shot and miss when you can just spam two of these. There's a reason why we've been using this here rocket launcher for so long. We really gave those grunts hell.
The final Halo one goes crazy. That's my favorite gun meme. I feel like that really summarizes the wholesome part of the gun community, making memes like that. Xanderall, speaking of guns, thoughts on switches? I don't know, man. Like, here's the thing. Everybody wants to say, like, if everyone was honest, they'd say, yeah, I think that should probably be banned for everyone but me. Like, I know I'd never do anything bad or irresponsible or unsafe, but I don't know if I trust literally anybody else, right? But then if you want, like, advocate for banning it, you worry then you never get to use it, right? Then again, like, the Switch isn't... Yeah, like, you don't need a Switch. No, well, okay, nobody really needs a gun either, right? Like, I don't like the argument... That is not a good route to take with gun topics. Why do you need this? Why do you need that? When we're talking about people's rights, which, I mean, literally, firearm ownership is considered a right in this country. It's in the Constitution. Second Amendment. Literally the second one meant to back up the first one, right? Like, it's the check. It's the thing that makes sure that we can keep the other ones, you know, applied, right? Because if the government decides we don't get to have any of those anymore, and the popular opinion is we want to have those rights, then the Second Amendment is there to say, no, right? I don't like the argument of need. Need is a bad argument. I don't like it. It's the same argument of, like, the way I feel when I hear, like, a lefty or a liberal say, why do you need insert gun, is the same way I imagine trans people feel when someone says, why do you need to give access to trans topics to kids? Like, it's like almost a seemingly on purpose reduction of what the actual argument is, purposefully, like, cutting away context and framing it in such a way that, like, the people arguing for something overreaching to happen are the ones insisting you defend how things are when it should be the other way around. If you want to make a thing happen, you should have to argue why that would be better. So yeah, it's really frustrating, like, arguing with people who use the why do you need a gun argument, because for one, you'll get trounced using that argument against, like, gun owners and pro-gun people. And two, like, as a lefty gun owner, it's just annoying to hear other leftists say that stuff. It's like, I like guns. I like guns. They're cool, you know? I'm pro-gun. I think they're based. The Second Amendment exists because the US didn't have a standing army at that time and needed militias for that purpose. So you understand that there's multiple reasons why the Second Amendment exists, right? So for starters, we're talking about a time in which especially, like, America, like, well, no, pretty much, like, especially America. I wouldn't say this applies so much to the old world, really. But, like, what the fuck is a Switch? Oh, I guess you guys might not know what that means. It's a little, like, addition that you can either 3D print, buy third party, or even buy from Glock. You put it into the, one sec. Well, I want you guys to see my legs. I'm wearing shorts. You guys see my legs. So start horny posting in chat. I can't allow it. I can't allow myself to be degraded. Treated like a piece of meat like that. So basically, my understanding is, like, you have to disassemble it in some way. But, like, onto the back of the gun here, only on Glocks, you can put this thing, and you put it there, and then it allows it to go full auto. Like, you would pull the trigger and hold it, and it would just go brrrr, and it would be empty in a second. With this magazine, it'd be empty so fucking fast, dude. Yeah, I don't know how you install it, though. It does something with your sear, if I recall correctly. How do you install a Switch? Is it as simple as, like, clicking it into the back? I'd assume you'd have to take the slide off, right? And, like, put the Switch, like, click it in and then maybe slide the slide back onto it? That's what I'm guessing. So in other words, Switch is basically firing settings. Like, it's literally adding a firing setting, but it's a piece of metal. I don't think you can flip a button and turn it off. I think you have to take it out to not have it go full auto anymore. Or you can just tap fire. But it goes fast. Like, it goes really fast. I'm convinced many lefties are anti-gun because a lot of right-wingers are pro-gun. That's partially some of it. But the fact is, America does have a crisis with gun violence. It just is well, America has a crime and, like, violence crisis, just in general. As do, like, many developed nations, though much less so than, developing nations, just due to the state of things. The fact is, America just has so many guns that so much of that violence that does exist, and it exists in other countries too, is so much more likely to involve firearms. When you introduce a firearm to any violent situation, the chances of death and very mortal or close to mortal injury just skyrockets at that point. So we actually do have a serious gun problem in this country. It's not with the guns existing or people having them, it's with the guns being in the wrong hands and used for the wrong purposes, they're being used to hurt people. And so that's the problem. And so some people naturally think, well, I don't like guns. I've never shot a gun before. I'm never going to own a gun before. Guns are nothing I'm ever going to care about as a thing I want to own, so I don't care about the right to own one. So if it means that maybe less school shootings happen and maybe less shootings occur and less violent, shootouts happen, I'm fine with every American losing their right to own a gun. And everybody has, a different standard. Some people, if you talk to, not Canadians too often, but, Australians especially, New Zealanders, and a lot of Europeans, they're just outright in favor of all guns being banned. Straight up, why do you need a gun, period? Shotguns, bolt-action rifles, handguns that you have to cycle the fucking casing out of for every shot. So it's you can't even, bang, 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 bang. They would actually tell you, no, you shouldn't have that. Why do you need that? Because they just see it's not part of their culture. They don't get it, right? And a lot of it is just the fact that they haven't shot a gun before. One of my favorite examples of a culture that is super disconnected from guns, ironically, is Japan. I love watching, these videos where it's just, it's translated into English with subtitles, but it'll just be Japanese people watching shows in America where just guns are casually talked about or brought around. It'll be a clip from It's Always Sunny where Frank pulls out his gun just casually on the news, and they panic. They literally are in shock when the gun comes out. Guns in some countries are such a taboo and such a when you see a gun, this means someone is going to die. That is the only context in which they're ever shown or seen. It's a shocking thing the second you see a gun. It's Chekhov's gun. Is always the case in that kind of thing. Yo, what the fuck sort of thing. Yeah, immediately it's the assumption of someone is about to be shot and killed. That's the only reason a gun would be out in the show. I've seen a few clips like that. Yeah. And so I understand when it comes to especially if you've never shot a gun before and you might not even know someone who has. And maybe the only people you know who have seen a gun before are people who have been in the proximity of gun violence. That makes it a lot more understandable why some people, especially on the left, would be anti-gun. But once again, I emphasize these positions are derived from ignorance. In the same way that, a kind of ignorant, chuddy, racist griller in, the rural area of America might have some really fucked up opinions about race that are founded in misconceptions and ignorance, less so than, strongly held vitriolic beliefs. I feel a lot of lefties have a similar thought process around guns, where they are so culturally disconnected from them that a very, very misrepresented perception of what guns and the culture around them are is what, people kind of think of. When I say people actually have fun going to the range and shooting guns, they can't imagine that's the reason people buy guns by and large. Outside of the 1 in a billion scenario where they have to defend themselves, I guess, and the other people have guns. But the only way I've been able to make people understand it is archery. Because there's no politicization around archery or even sword fighting. Just because you want to learn fencing or, sword fighting or archery doesn't mean you're, training to kill people or you're violent or weird or LARPy. There's actually an element of, skill progression, a skill floor, and a skill ceiling, maybe? I don't know if there really is a skill ceiling to shooting. There are people with, literally unfathomable shooting skills. And when I say this, I mean, there is a guy who can shoot with a revolver from the hip, draw and shoot from the hip, a revolver, quick drawing, two targets that are on opposite sides of him, perfect accuracy, so fast it sounds like one gunshot. There is a lot when it comes to the sport of shooting. And people fucking love the sport of shooting in America. Just like football, soccer, hockey, the fact that it's not just the sport and the doing the sport that there's a culture around, but the getting together, talking about the memorabilia, the people who are popular in the scene, the companies that make the merch, all that stuff. It's really, yeah, he has Deadeye, unironically. Yeah. Here's a good clip. Hold on. God, my nose, it's doing the thing. But our gun culture is a big problem with gun violence, the more toxic aspects, to be clear. I mean, that's not gun culture, though, to be clear, right? Like, gun culture isn't gun violence. Gun culture in America is the culture of people who own guns and, like, build a community around guns. There is a community. There is a gun community. It is a community, I promise you. Like, I'm sure many of you guys are like, I know for a fact, the furry community. Like, I'm sure you guys in chat, many of you are furries. You guys meet up at, like, conventions and, like, shows and cons or whatever, and you see each other and recognize each other with your fursuits all over the country, right? All over the world. There is a community just as, if not more tight-knit to the gaming community, the furry community, the fighting game community. Like, I'm trying to think of just, like, known communities online. The BDSM community. Like, these are cultures that exist as subsects of any other culture. And gun culture is one of those subsects of American culture. It's not necessarily, like, American culture so much as it is a subsect of it. And the subsect, like, gun culture is not about violence or killing, more so than it is about oogling and ogling at fancy guns, in reality. God, you guys got me stun-locked in the most reliably stun-locking topic ever, guns. Fucking hell. You guys got me. What's up, T-Loss-a-Lot? Here, let me show you something neat. Glock with Switch. So this is something that, like, I'm not really big on the idea of outright banning anything, such that nobody can get access to the firearm, right? I feel like a better way to handle gun policy would be hoops and restrictions, less so, and like, barriers, less so than outright bans. And here's why I say that. I think that if you keep your nose clean, and you are willing to go through every possible precaution to prove to the government you are as low risk as possible in order to get access to, like, whatever you want to get, you should be able to do that. If you have the most clean record ever, and you keep it that way, and you pass all the checks and everything, and everything is cool. Anyone who owns guns, mandatory therapy? I wouldn't recommend that, no. I think that's, like, a massive overreach of people's rights. I'd say mandatory training is good, and mandatory background checks, and, like, we already have restrictions for people who have, like, mental health issues and have been institutionalized, but, like, I don't know, it just seems, I don't know, like, the idea that you'd have to be, like, you own a gun now, either we're coming to take it from you, or we're dragging you to therapy once a month or something. That's insane, right? Like, either take one of your days off every month, now forever goes to therapy, whether you like it or not, no matter what mental state. Yeah, it's just, that's not a good idea. See, a lot of people just, like, we can do background checks. You understand that, like, when you go into a gun store, when I went into the gun store to buy my handgun here, when I went to buy this, they said, all right, we'll see, you'll be able to pick this up in 5 days after the background check clears, if it clears, right? And it did, of course, that's why I have it. But, they literally tell you, we'll call you, in 5 days. In some states it's 3, some states it's 5, some it's 2 weeks. Damn, 5 days. Was that Florida? That was indeed Florida. It's no wait for a rifle, though. Funnily enough, you'd think that it's like the big, scary rifles that are the guns that they put these restrictions on. Not really. AR-15s might be the scariest gun because they're like the iconic school shooting gun or whatever. But the vast majority of gun violence, statistically, much like how when you think of, like, what's polluting our environment, you're thinking oil, but in reality, 80% of our carbon output is done by coal. In that same way, you might think AR-15 or just, you know, semi-auto rifles or automatic rifles when you think gun crime. In reality, handguns are what are the cause of the majority of gun crime, not rifles. And because of that little tidbit, they have a weight limit in most states on like how long it takes to pick up your handgun. My concern is making sure we don't put so many restrictions in place that only the wealthy are able to exercise their gun rights. It's a topic my fam and I discuss pretty frequently. My mom's side of the family are all hunters. Honestly, this might end up getting turned into a segment because I ended up liking some tweets earlier today that are absolutely perfect demonstration of why I think the left needs to get really into gun advocacy and why I plan to do so as well. Have you seen how frequently popular gun YouTubers dog whistle slaughtering trans people in their videos? If you think that, like, American gun ownership is going anywhere, you're delusional. But if you think that that you can continue on without getting something to defend yourself, just know that some of the largest gun YouTubers... This guy's buddies with every big gun YouTuber. Brandon Herrera, I mean, Wendigoon literally follows this guy as well. I checked. Funnily enough, every time I see some hateful anti-trans, like, Nazi shit, Wendigoon always follows that person. Can't criticize that guy, though. Would never criticize that guy. Would never incur that mob on me. Anyway, this is just an example of what I'm talking about. Like, this is very common.
And your optic does not turn on, and you just have a hollow tube of glass that you're putting on a train. Sorry about that. School shooter. And,
arm yourselves. They have way better guns than you. I promise you. Even if you have guns now, this guy's got better guns than me. I'm sorry, I couldn't win. If I had to go, like, toe-to-toe with this guy, I'm in a cucked-ass liberal state where they've banned the type of guns this guy's got. Except for if you've already owned them, by the way. So if you were just thinking about buying them, can't get them anymore, but all these crazy fucks already have them. That's the thing, though. Any gun bans that do pass, necessarily, due to the amount of guns there are out there, we're never going to be able to take the guns away from the people who already have them. Which means there'll always be a massive gun black market. And on top of that, crazies like this have all their guns grandfathered in. So any laws that we pass now are just stemming the flow of progressive and like marginalized peoples that are like buying guns at a higher rate each passing year, by the way. While the far right has stocked up on ammunition and guns for decades on decades on decades on decades. And not to mention, they all regularly brag about how these stockpiles of weapons, like this guy, are going to be used by them when the day of the rope comes. And Donald Trump says the storm has come and it's time to take over the country. Yeah, they love talking about the day of the rope. Yep. No, this stuff's really common. You gotta understand. This thread is really good. By the way, a lot of YouTubers openly talk about killing us. This is a trans poster. Killing us in videos with sponsors and ads and hundreds of thousands of views. Yeah, these YouTubers that do this are all sponsored by massive companies as well. Nobody has enough pull. No one who cares about this has enough pull to make, like, enough racket about it, though, right? Like, I literally made a video featuring Brandon Herrera wearing a Confederate flag shirt, calling the Civil War the War of Northern Aggression, doing an ad for a Confederate Heritage Society, telling people to join their Heritage Society. One that I looked it up, by the way, whites-only membership, of course. Made a video featuring that ad he did and talked about it, and all the comments are claiming that I'm crazy and calling him pro-Confederacy for nothing. And reading those comments, you'd think I never showed the video. Like, genuinely, you'd think at no point in the video did I show the clip of Brandon Herrera in the Confederate flag shirt standing in front of a Confederate statue, calling the Civil War the War of Northern Aggression. It's like just a bunch of normie, like, gun-loving Brandon Herrera fans that are not necessarily super right-wing, all claiming I'm just taking him out of context or whatever. Like, they don't even acknowledge the Confederate flag shirt, because how could you? You know, it's like the amount of cognitive dissonance people will get into to defend some content creators that are like the real meat-ridden, like glazed-on content creators right now is wild. Brandon Herrera is one of them, and his twin brother Wendigoon is another. My own chat gets upset when I bring up the fact that Wendigoon is literally a Bible-thumping Sunday school teacher who, like, regularly, like, he literally talks about in his content sometimes that he, like, does his best to teach the scripture to his students. and make them believe it. Like, wait, what Wendigoon bad? Exactly. Wait, what Wendigoon bad? For starters, Wendigoon's a fucking Sunday school teacher who like proudly like indoctrinates kids into Christianity, and believes the Bible is real. It was really interesting when he went on to PKA, when like these guys who regularly shit on Christianity all the time and make fun of how ridiculous it is, how they were all so scared to make their normal jokes about Christianity in front of Wendigoon when he became a guest. Because Wendigoon's so big from his like content being such like easy viral bait. Even his name is such virality bait. Wendigo, having fucking Wendigo in your name is the most like internet virality bait thing ever. So he's pretty much checked all the boxes for going viral as fuck. So even people that don't really like him pretend to, and they pretend to like, they walk on thin ice around him because he's so popular and they want to be on his good side because he's just got so many connections and he's so like broadly loved and meat ridden that if you criticize him. Who's Wendigoon? So on the surface, his content doesn't really look that bad. Pretty good content. Like he covers conspiracy stuff and creepy stories, like everything from like, here's a conspiracy theory and here's the info that we have. I've watched a couple of them and they don't seem like they're super like crazy or anything like that. But his politics, when he does let his politics out, are like very clearly like awful, like really bad. And he knows it, and he's very good at keeping the mask on. But not always. Like, you can just kind of... I mean, like, recently it was Wendigoon and Geeks and Gamers were... Like, Wendigoon had Geeks and Gamers as a guest on his podcast, and they talked about, like, things going woke, making... or how things... No one likes media going woke, and why wokeness is making people turn off of media. Like, that was literally why they brought him on there, for that conversational topic. Like, I promise you guys... that whole sort of like the current clouded up YouTuber circle are almost, I would say 60% consisting of right-wingers. Some of them are pretty good at hiding it because they know that like right now there's a pretty good split in their audiences. Is this going to be another JonTron situation? It is another JonTron situation. Like you guys know that like the creators of Smiling Friends defended JonTron back then, right? Like Zach Hadel and fuck, what's the other guy? I forget what the other guy's name is. I forget. But they both defended JonTron very hard against Destiny after the Destiny debate. By the way, not just like when JonTron was tweeting we need to maintain a white majority in like Western nations. Why is that so bad? Not just those tweets, but after Destiny then brought JonTron on and debated him, and JonTron just proceeded to like goose step and Sieg Heil the entire debate. Psychic Pebbles, that were the two guys that made both the guys who made Smiling Friends were some of JonTron's most ardent defenders at the time. It sucks, guys, but like people get mad at me just for talking about this kind of stuff too. The creators of Smiling Friends regret defending JonTron. Oh, that's good. Have they actually come out and said they regret that? That's actually really good. In 2026, Xander Hall will debate Wendigoon and inspire a young conservative to move more left-wing and then become a left-wing YouTuber in 2028. God, what are you expecting me to just have, like, become, like, rotten in the soil, like, become part of the nutrients of the ecosystem that cycle through the circle of life by that point? Jesus. I'd hope I'm still around kicking by 2028 on YouTube. It's 4 years away. Fuck. I'm gonna be honest. I never really found JonTron's videos all that good, to be real. I also thought he was the weakest link in Game Grumps.
Ooh wee.
Okay, check this out. This is what a switch does to a Glock, for those that are curious. This is, for reference, like, you know the back of my Glock is flat, pretty much. This little bit sticking out is the switch.
What that switch do, though? Hey, shouts out to Jay the Shooter, man. We gonna see what that switch do. Oh my, that's it? Hey, man.
Well, it looks like that's it, but it shot so fast it emptied the magazine, which was probably like, what was that, 10, 15 rounds? That was 10 or 15 rounds, gone instantly. What the fuck? That was minimum 10 rounds, gone instantly. I heard 4 shots. That's how fast it is.
That's what you got for me?
That was 4, that wasn't 1.
Hey, these is a 50.
Oh, that's 4 shots?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I guess it was just 4. Man. Here, let me show you the guy who can shoot Fastest quick draw ever. I love this.
He's been doing this for more than 30 years. Just how fast? Well, thanks to slow motion, we're able to time his draws to less than 0.2 of a second. Fast, maybe, but could he hit anything, or anyone drawing that fast? He didn't have any trouble hitting this cup before it hit the ground. And this balloon didn't have a prayer. But watch this. Now watch again carefully in slow motion. In 1/10 of a second, he fires off not one but 2 shots, hitting both balloons dead on. Not too many young gunslingers offer to take Munden on, but even as fast as he is, he says he would never have been a gunslinger in the Old West.
This guy literally has a genetic... Like, this guy is the Michael Phelps of gun shooting, and there's a reason why. It's the same reason as Michael Phelps. He has a genetic anomaly in his hands and wrists and arms, where, like, the fast twitch muscle fibers there are, like, in anomalously high density. He has, like, a ridiculous amount of fast twitch small muscle fibers that allow for extremely fast precision movement. Unlike nobody else can do that. Like, nobody else can. Like, you can't get as good as this guy can get. I'm sorry. I don't care how much you practice. I don't care. Like, there is nobody else, unless you have his genetic weirdness, like the same thing with Michael Phelps, that lets you be this good. There's like 1 in a billion people that are capable of attaining this level of skill. You need to have the genetic predisposition to be able to pull this off, the right, like, factors, and you need to be able to train, practice, and have the passion to then become the best at it. And that's this guy, currently. Swivel and he's dead, genetics or not. You'll never be as fast, but you can be as accurate as him with black powder. Yeah. You'll never be as... oh, wait, why am I reading the same message? Jesus, I thought the chat moved more than that when I looked away. There's 7 or 8 of them, then? Are there more people that are that good? I thought it was just him. I thought he was the only one that was that, like, insanely good at that. Those are trick rounds he uses? I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's just good at shooting, guys. I don't think there's, like, a trick to it. I think he might just be him. I think he might just be him, guys. Like, low key, I think he's just him. You'll get a kick out of this, Sanderhall? Is it gun related? The Glockinator! I love the Glockinator so much, dude. The Glockinator goes so hard.
Glockinator.
What a fun man. Just fires that shit off in his workshop, too. I hope he's got a range in there. I guess he does. Yeah, these have switches in them. Or they might be even, like, full auto Glocks, like, made to be full auto. There are Glocks that can go full auto, right? Like, out of the factory, they were made to do that at some point. I'm pretty sure those exist. I swear those exist. Full auto Glocks, like, straight out of the factory, like, they have a select fire on them. Glock 18 could do that? Yeah? I thought so. Yeah, no, that's gotta be a thing. It's in CS, and CS doesn't just, like, make up guns. Yeah. Those are cement walls. The rounds aren't going anywhere. Yeah, I guess, man. I would have a backstop, to be fair. I would, like, chop up some tires and just pile it up, at least, to have something to catch those rounds so they don't bounce, you know? God. That's fucking crazy. YouTube channels have a pretty limited lifespan. Well, not necessarily. YouTube can always, like, just decide they're not going to push your content anymore. That's true. But if your fan base continues to support you and, like, engage, YouTube will change their mind and continue to push your content. Which I appreciate you guys doing. You're gonna hear his wall getting destroyed. So true. Here, let me, oh, I want to show you guys something cool. Fuck. Gun shorts are some of my favorite content on YouTube, dude. Yeah, this gun's quieter than a bow and arrow. Yeah, so here's a look at, like, just the person who asked before if they should get a 22. Maybe you should get a 22 for your girlfriend, if you have one, or your mom. She might appreciate it.
Here's how I do it. If I shoot this gun stock and regular ammo, it's pretty loud. But if I put on this suppressor to slow the release of gases coming out of the gun, it gets a little quieter. This is what we've been shooting, and it shoots over the sound barrier. Now if we put this subsonic ammo in, it will be under the sound barrier and be super quiet. This pistol.
So yeah, you can literally make a 22 pistol quieter than a bow. So like when you see movies where like there's a character with like a silenced pistol like shooting really quietly, like in a spy scene, not necessarily plausible, but definitely possible. Definitely possible. You can get like guns so quiet that like you could shoot them in a crowded area and no one would hear it. Like in John Wick, that scene in the subway, absolutely possible. Technically possible. It sounds like a toy? Yeah. Depends on the well, like I said, 22 subsonic rounds. Oh yeah, Dude Perfect did a shotgun trick shots video. They did skeet shooting. Oh my god, guys.
How are you feeling back there?
Listen, I don't care how European and cucked you are. I think that if you can prove you're not a danger to society well enough, you should be allowed to own this.
Ready when you are.
So violent, dude. It is so violent. Yeah, baby.
He's the Heavy from TF2. Let's see, what other good gun shorts is YouTube? Let's see. Any cool shit? Man, I'm so addicted to gun content, bro. Girl's first time at the range. I have to, this is so real. This is so real. I've seen this video before. This is the realest shit ever. Girl's first time at the gun range.
You're gonna love it. I love it, so you're gonna love it.
I'm gonna hate it.
I promise you're gonna love it.
I just don't get why we can't go watch Little Mermaid or something.
The fuck I look like? Sebastian? We'll go after.
Fine.
Go on. You see the barrel turning, you feel the hose burning. Nigga, now you learning. Nigga, my gun go on.
She called him a bitch. This is literally my mom. This is literally how it went with my mom. I was like, you're gonna love shooting guns. You're gonna love it. And she's like, no, I'm gonna hate it. And then like that night, she was like, all right, Alex, what gun should I get? What gun do I get? I feel like shooting would instantly make me feel badass. Probably not actually. Well, maybe it would. I don't know. Probably not. Like, I feel like like it depends on what caliber you're shooting, because you stop feeling as badass the second you get to a caliber where you shoot it a few times and you're like, whew. I think I'm gonna go back down one. I think I'm gonna go to a slightly more chill round, I think. That was a little much. Also, I really want to go to a range like this, where you're able to... This is like a really well-known celebrity range out in the desert in Southern California. I really want to go to one of these ranges where, like, you can run a course like this. It seems fun. This is Keanu Reeves doing, like, training for John Wick. with shotgun and pistol combo.
I'll give you some time. All right. Shooter ready? Stand by.
Oh, that was beautiful. 10 seconds flat.
He's got to go faster. He's got to go faster for the movie. I love Keanu Reeves. He looks badass, not gonna lie. Yeah, Keanu Reeves is great. And he's humble about it, which adds to the effect, right? Like, if he played into it, he would be a douchebag, but he's super humble. So it works. You cut the best part? Oh, where he's humble about it? No, it's okay, it's okay. Chill. We have to move on. Is that Shadow the Hedgehog? Yes, it is Shadow the Hedgehog. That's actually him training to play Shadow. As you know, Shadow is gonna come out with, like, 2 MP5s when he, like, emerges from that, like, tube in Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Shadow Awakens, whatever the fuck it's gonna be called. And he's just gonna be shooting everybody. Like, the movie's gonna open with Shadow the Hedgehog mercilessly shooting to death Dr. Eggman. Not joking. I've got my dad works for Nintendo. He told me. Yeah, I can't believe Johnny Silverhand is real. Zan, this is the best gun YouTube channel. Listen, once I'm doing gun content, you can say this is the best gun YouTube channel. By the way, your donations are very kind, because I am currently shopping for DSLR cameras that I can use for 2 purposes. Well, 3 purposes, actually. I can mount it here for streams and have higher camera quality for streams and videos and stuff, for 1. 2, it's capable of a high frame rate capture speed for slow motion. Because it doesn't have to be, like, super crazy slow motion. Like, I don't need slow-mo guys equipment. But I would like to be able to get a decent looking, like, relatively high frame rate slow-mo shot. Like, most $600 to $800 DSLR cameras can pull it off. So I'd like to be able to get, like, a nice slow-mo shot of the gun. Like, if I'm doing, like, a gun video of the gun, like, cycling around, you know, the slide shooting backwards and then, you know, bopping back forward. I think that'd be cool. And then, of course, quail content. Animals have a lot of detail, and especially the quail have a lot of detail in their feathers. And if I'm going to do animal content, I want a, like, solid camera that I can hold and, like, have a grip on and be able to, like, hold things in my other hand, even hold a quail in my other hand, have a good, like, quality so you can see the detail in the animals and stuff, because I want you to actually feel like you can see these animals, right? I eventually want to start uploading in 1440p and streaming in 1440p. I can't accommodate that yet for 2 reasons. My graphics card isn't good enough, and I don't have a monitor that even displays that. So it would be really wonky to try to pull it off. But once I'm able to eventually upgrade my computer to a 5090 when that comes out, hopefully, I do want to be able to stream in 1440p, which would be crazy. Yeah, I would love that because I have a 1440p monitor. Yeah. I have good enough internet for it. The only problem is I just don't have the hardware for it. It's expensive, you know what I mean? But for now, I'm focusing on camera and quail stuff. Did we start any segments yet? I'm late getting in. Nope, no segments yet. You're not late. I usually chill for like an hour before we get into segments. We're going to start segments in just a minute. I think I'm going to run and use the bathroom really fast and grab my milkshake I prepared out of the fridge, my mass gainer. And then we're going to start our first topic of the day. Mind you, after stream today, we're going to be funneling everybody into the Discord server, into the Xander's Theater chat, and we're going to be doing a watch party of Dune Part 2. Sadly, no Fallout New Vegas after topics today, but we will be doing a watch party in the Discord. It's Dune Part 2. I have not seen it. I am completely blind. Literally, all I know about Dune is some of the world-building stuff that's neat, like about the sandworms and their life cycle and like the planet of Arrakis and like the navigators and stuff, and spice. But I don't know anything. Well, I guess I'm spoiled on the fact that Paul Atreides is like going to become Space Hitler or something, but everybody knows that. That's like the story. Yeah, outside of that, I have no clue what happens, and I've not seen it, so I'm excited to see Part 2. I did not have the highest opinion of Dune Part 1, so Dune Part 2 is going to have to... It's going to have to, like, retroactively make Dune Part 1 make sense to me, essentially. Hopefully it does. Like, to be fair, I feel like if Dune Part 1 was like an hour longer, I would have liked it. It felt like the movie had just started when it ended. Like, he had just met Zendaya and, like, proven himself to, like, the indigenous people on Arrakis. And it's like, okay, now the movie's starting. Pretty long into the movie, but okay, let's go. And then the movie ends. Dune 1 was okay. So it seems like even people who like Dune, like love Dune Part 2 are like, Dune 1 was okay. So like Dune 1 is very much rising action, nothing but like rising action, but no, not even rising action, just like setup, and Dune Part 2 is where shit actually happens. For me, it felt like it dragged on way too long. Me too. I felt the same way. That Dune Part 1 was just a pretty, like the moments where it was good were great, but it was a bit of a drag a lot of the time. So yeah, I'm hoping that Dune Part 2 brings the hype for me. Dune Parts 1 and 2 are a watch at the same time experience. We're not doing that. We're just going to do Part 2, but I just watched Part 1 for the first time like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago maybe, so it's pretty fresh in my mind. From what I listened to audiobook-wise, Part 1 seemed pretty faithful at least. Nice. We don't have that kind of time to watch 2 Dune movies in one night. Anyway, Pepper T21, thank you. Wow, Pepper T21 is the only one donating today, but they are dropping a lot of donos. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $5, Pepper T. I appreciate that. Suzanne, would it be based or cringe if I made a gang like the Kings, but for queer people to protect each other? I probably wouldn't, but it's a thought experiment I'm working on. Listen, I love you. It's a very autistic idea, but I love it. No, I don't think it's a good idea to start a gang. But I like the thought experiment idea. It's a fun idea. Pepper T21 as well with the extra $5. Thank you very, very much. Said, I'm hallucinating so hard it got me thinking Mothra's larvae are under my skin, and I use one of the Mecha Godzilla's teeth to dig them out. It's a good line. That was a pretty good Kong Flow line. King Kong Flow. Thank you for the $5. And then Pepper T21, I appreciate the additional $5. Thank you so much. Says, I'm with Godzilla smoking that radioactive kush laced with Ghidorrean fentanyl. Call me King Kong, because this shit got me returning to monkey. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not the only one who is like, okay, so they're doing God of War. They're actually doing God of War. Whenever, like, Kong is walking with, like, the axe over his shoulder, and then the little baby monkey arrives, and they're like walking together. It's like they're doing God of War, right? Is that what they're doing here? Someone did a meme that pretty accurately shows what I'm talking about. Is this it? Damn it, can I find an... There's no way this meme's lost media yet. Not with how popular it was recently. Oh, well, how about that it is? That's crazy. I mean, it's not really lost media for real. It's just that Google suppresses whatever you're actually looking for, so you have to stay longer on the search query. What was the term they used for it? Engagement hacking? Is that the term Google uses for, like, hiding the results you're actually searching for, so you keep looking and keep engaging with the algorithm? Is that what... We did a story where we covered a big expose about the current, like, Google engineers fucking with I believe it's called asshole design. Yes, it is. That is also a word for it. Asshole design. God, I love that subreddit. Fuck, can I find a single... Is this it? Yeah, here it is. I found it. Okay. Just putting the God of War music over it. It's so accurate. They had to have been making a God of War reference to that shit. He even has the fucking beard, yeah. Yeah, no, Kong is straight up in his Kratos arc. That is what the writers are trying to communicate to us here. Is that Kong is in his old man Kratos arc. Some Fromm stuff going on in chat? What's Furman going on? What's Furman? I just wanted to know everyone's from theories. I read a comment on YouTube that theorized when Boyd opened that bottle in the woods, the one Sarah told him not to, that it was what caused the worm/cicada curse to be unleashed. That those bottles have curses trapped. What do we think? Dude, was I right all along? My theory has been that the worms are actually not necessarily good, not necessarily bad, but not necessarily what the cicadas, like, became, what came from the cicadas, or what the cicadas came from, right? Like, we're led to believe that, but we didn't see it happen necessarily, and it doesn't, like, make sense for worms to become cicadas unless it's supposed to be cicada larvae. But, Xana was talking about the fact that the dates correspond to cicada breeding years. That, too. I'm wondering if the worms and the cicadas are unrelated. And it's a red herring. And they're two unrelated supernatural things, and that Boyd did unleash the cicadas by opening that bottle, which Sarah told him to fucking not do. And that when the town... What's interesting to me is the town seems to talk to Boyd. Or something is talking to Boyd. Something that I understand to be the town. I think of as the town. Whenever, say, he sees Father Khatri as a ghost, right? And it's very clear that, like, whatever is fucking with him and making him hallucinate can communicate with him directly. But then he sees the ballerina. And the ballerina happens when, like, the worms act up, and since he got the worms. And that makes me wonder, was that the worms trying to communicate with him? Or, potentially, is that the place, is it the place trying to confuse Boyd and make him believe the worms are bad? Especially when I think about the fact that we don't know for sure Boyd doesn't have the worms anymore. Like, how do we know not even one stayed behind? And on top of that, he mentioned in the last episode of Season 1, when you cut a worm in half, it becomes 2 worms, and that's creepy. Like, he actively says that, like, in the episode before he gets the worms. So, I don't know. It just seems like Boyd's cutting himself and then giving the worms to one of the monsters. We assume all of them left. He assumed all of them left. Do we really know all of them left, or do we think maybe they're recharging, regenerating, so he can use them again? He might need to use them again, based on what we see in Season 3's trailer, to get out of that situation, for all we know. The bile thing failed to be a weapon, so if like, the worms are not a consistent weapon they can use, then they're literally back to square one, and they have no way of fighting back. Like, still. Which I don't like. I wouldn't like that if that ended up being the case. I mean, I guess it would help to prolong, like, the scariness of it, but I do feel like a very minute way of fighting back is kind of necessary at this point. Hey, Xander Hall, curious if you do debates like Hunter Avalone? Sometimes. It depends on, like, if the topic is interesting or not, you know? Like, if someone's like, hey, I want to debate you about gun rights, I'm gonna be like, fuck, I can't resist that, you know? We need a From Theory channel in the Discord. No, the Discord's already way too bloated. Just talk about things in the general chat, guys, please. If you have a topic you want to discuss, there doesn't need to be a specific chat for it. Talk about it in general. Make general active. Make the Discord pop. Breaking everything up into individual chats makes the Discord seem dead. And then people aren't active in it. And that sucks. Anyway, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. And then I'm going to go upstairs and grab my mass gainer milkshake out of the fridge I prepared. And then we're going to hop into our first segment of the day. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere, okay? Be good while I'm gone. I'm watching you. But not really. But I am. Cock and ball torture from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. You guys remember that meme? I fucking love that meme. We should listen to that. I haven't listened to that in so long. Even that Quail thinks Zan would sleep? What? What? What are you talking about? I don't know, Bazooka Horse. That could work. I honestly think the monsters have to be killed with good old-fashioned fire and or decapitation. There is nothing that cannot be killed with enough fire or enough decapitation. That gets everything after long enough. Oh, you're hurting for a squirt in there, Wingo. You're just begging to get a mute with that kind of language. My cousin recited that by memory in front of his school for a talent show. I'm pretty sure every student was laughing their fucking asses off and stood up for a standing ovation as every teacher and parent angrily stormed the stage. Every student just like, carefully, he's a hero. And every parent and faculty member of the school just losing their shit angry. How far into that, like, copy pasta can you get before, like, the teachers would cut you off? Like, I feel like you'd get up on stage, and I'd be like, cock. And they'd immediately be, like, running at you. I don't know if you'd even be able to get, like, to the end of free encyclopedia before they'd taken the mic from you. Xander Hall debate Obama? Fuck, why haven't I thought of that, man? Based. That's a base story. I don't think the monsters in From are Draugr. What's the flavor of that pod? Guys, I only vape menthol, okay? It's mint. It's always mint. It's either mint or it's weed. And if it's weed, I don't know what it is. It's just weed. I think you should watch this very tall Bart video before the first segment. What?
I've done over 3,000 young men. I've done 3 million virtually. And what I do is I bring young men to my ranch.
What the hell?
I want to welcome back my great friend, Steve Harvey.
I don't like you.
One of my best friends ever. It's not about being a victim. It's about sucking my fucking dictum. Right? I mean,
baby, I'm a cow. Moo.
I love your cum.
The fuck, man.
Look, this is where you can come.
Look, man, I want to come, but
you struggle to come.
I want that little boy.
I'm such a wonderful person.
I am very uncomfortable. Let me shrink myself.
I am now as small as possible.
Screw off.
I'm glad my mom died.
I ask everybody, a waitress, flight attendant, somebody I'm shitting next to on the plane, you know what my biggest hobby is? Puking. It's one of my top 10 things. Number 2, peeing. Number 3, crapping. Number 4, fucking your grandmother or great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother, great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother, great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother,
okay.
Great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother, great-grandmother or great-great-grandmother.
Who said the left can't meme?
Hi. What do you want? That is a stupid question. I smoke fucking gas? I don't care. Don't fuck with me. I'll tell you a story. The hell's his name? Might be Herbert. Hitler came on me full force. Now it was explosive. Yes, it was. But technically, I think that occurred in a book called 1983. The quantum grizzly bear pisses me off. Why so serious? I don't know. I see.
The 1983.
Now it was explosive. Yes, it was. But technically, I think that occurred in a book called 1983. The quantum grizzly bear pisses me off. Why so serious? I don't know. I see. You're insane. I know how to deal with that. You're an idiot, scumrat. You're blind, slavish weasel. Here's the deal. I'm going to start throwing rocks at you and everyone you love. Fuck you.
Go to hell. Yeah.
No.
What the fuck? I'm subbing to this person right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, let me drop a like. Hey, look what I'm about to do. Do this! Do this on all my stuff.
Thanks to our
do that.
chips and sauce.
Cause it matters. It fucking matters. Hit the like button, you motherfuckers. Alright, Prager time. What's this?
Doo-doo. Poop. Fecal matter. That's it. Hi, everybody. This Prager with the fart side chat. I loathe my nuts. They're enormous. It's painful. By the way, sad news, Snoopy passed away. Okay, anyway, my nuts, they weigh about 80 pounds each. Isn't that amazing? I have a very, very large asshole. The left hates my gigantic asshole. They hate that the hole can produce 15 pounds of crap. Oh, I love the N-word. It's on my birth certificate. Here's my proof. I used to say on occasion that only women menstruate. I stopped saying it because I just had a period. Surprise, surprise. My Dennis is endowed with the ability to menstruate. I'm blessed.
I
is genius.
am a Minion fanatic. You know why? But it was such a bad movie. I think
old
Gru
Prager?
absolutely stinks. Victor is kind of good. The girls are so... I have to use the word backward. Universal, you produced a piece of crap. What's happening?
I have 4 balls. Well, 3. It doesn't matter. So let's talk brain. You can't just relentlessly gnaw on the tip. I'll kill you. I would say the jaw opens to this size. My son kills more Africans than poisonous sharks. We have Jeff. Jeff will be fired. We will exterminate Jeff. And now I will go to your house in real life and beat your ass with a lock. But first, I want you to bone my wife. And you know what? If we're lucky, I will let you come.
Okay. Okay, this shit is top tier. Alright, we've discovered gold.
I've done over 3,000.
What? This is the new one? Okay. Next one is AI Joe Rogan meets a monkey.
Joe,
Dude,
can we
this
ditch
is
this
amazing.
already? I gotta be at a quinceanera in like half an hour, man. It's like no joke.
All right, Bozo, relax. Once I sell my Adderall, our rent will be paid, and you can scare all the Mexican children you want, okay? Piss their pants.
God, I should have gone with Ben to the aquarium. Who are you even selling to? The only guys you know
Matt
are
Walsh,
me and
rip.
Ben, and we live together.
Hey, Joe, you got the drugs?
Yeah, man, course I got the drugs. You got the drug money for these drugs?
You gotta do this at the top of your fucking lungs.
Oh, relax, Jordan. This city's a shithole. You see any cops around here?
Do you not have peripheral vision? Literally right there.
You too, bald man, creepy clown. Stop selling Adderall to that child.
Oh, shit, and it's a lady cop.
You can't just point that out,
No,
man.
I meant it's
Rat
just because
trooper.
when you said there's a cop over there, my mind went like, oh, male cop. And so I turn and I look and all of a sudden it's like woman. And like, I was surprised. I just wasn't expecting
Yeah, we
it.
know what you meant, man.
I would watch this show. Who else would watch this show if if there was just a show about these 3 goobers getting up to hijinks? And like their crazy right-wing beliefs constantly got them into even bigger hijinks. It should always start with something really basic, and just like regular show, it should escalate to like supernatural existential threat to the universe, right? Like, this should end with them having to fight like a kaiju that will eat the planet somehow. I'd watch that show.
Do my eyes belie me?
Okay.
Is that a
It's getting
white
crazy.
couch?
Hey guys, sorry for kidnapping you. It's just kind of the only way I can
Christ.
get people to hang out with me without paying them.
Elon! It's all good, man. They were super nice to us, let me charge my phone, had snacks and shit. It was actually dope.
That's so real.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Where am I?
Stay right there. I want to show you something.
What are we watching, bro?
Oh my fucking god! Is he okay?
Hey guys. Pretty cool, huh?
What the fuck was that?
I did a Prestige. That was just a mindless clone. Follow me. I have other cool stuff to show you. I needed someone smart to build my inventions, but everyone said my ideas were too unethical, so I used my time machine to recruit a Nazi scientist from the past, one of the most unrecognized geniuses of the modern age, and he's been just a dream to work with.
Elon, I built that shrink ray you asked for. Unfortunately, I have used it on myself.
Oh, I guess I just didn't expect him to be...
I need to get to a quinceañera ASAP.
Can you guess what Joe Rogan was going to say? Oh, I guess I just didn't expect the scientist to be...
Location confirmed.
No
Poor Jordan
goddamn
Peterson.
way. Is this one of those brain chip monkeys? Yo, what's good, dude? How's it hanging?
Yeah, I actually can't really chat right now, mate. Sorry, nothing personal, obviously. It's just I was kind of in the middle of something, actually, wasn't I? So, yeah, you can just see yourself out, I suppose.
Okay, I mean, sorry, no offense, but like, you were literally just staring at the wall when I walked in, so you were staring at a wall.
Yeah, well, I was thinking, wasn't I? Just having a little think, which I'd like to get back to if you don't mind.
What were you thinking about?
Well, I mean, that's a bit personal, mate. You don't seriously expect me to answer that? Like, utterly not your business, if I'm being honest.
Man, come on, give me a break. I never met a fucking talking monkey before, okay? So this is like a big day for me.
Oh, big day? This is a big day for you? You know what day it is for me? Fucking Tuesday.
Asshole. First of all, I just wanted to hang out.
Oh, an asshole, am I? Did I walk into your home and start poking at you? Are you...
You know what this reminds me of? Somebody put together a GIF that was AI interpretation of the prompt, Joe Rogan fighting a gorilla. And it's them rolling around fighting, but the AI keeps getting confused and they keep morphing into each other, and Joe Rogan keeps morphing from Joe Rogan into a gorilla, into a half gorilla, half Joe Rogan, because like the AI keeps getting confused by how similar It's amazing. I'm normally a VOD viewer because I'm from Denmark. Just thought I'd hop in and thank you for all the streams recently. You've been giving this housewifey lots of entertainment while doing chores. Aw, I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you for the kind words. I will be streaming a lot more, as always. Tonight we're doing a watch party after topics, though, so today's stream won't be as long as usual. Anyway, Perry Icefire, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, I also found that to call supernaturals in the world I'm building, I may call them foul blood, savages, or the impure. Ooh, cool. Yeah, Perry Icefire's doing world building stuff. Nice. I like that idea. Sounds like some cool names. And Perry Icefire with additional $5. Thank you. Very kind of you. Said, thoughts on protagonist build, a supernatural woman who ran away from home as a youngling and was raised amongst humans. As an adult, she travels the realm as an alchemist, providing health potions. Sounds pretty neat. Kind of like a Doctors Without Borders type thing, but in a fantasy realm. Pretty cool. Health potions are a very fucking important resource in a world where they exist. Like, why does everybody not have these and carry them all the time? And use them for everything. Like, if I woke up with a sore back and I could just go to the store and buy a health potion, dog, I would be downing that red elixir constantly. All right. Let's start the first topic of the day, huh? I got a good first topic of the day. Hey guys, don't forget to like the stream. Please, like the stream. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I'm a little late to this news, but I think it's important that I talk about it anyway. You guys have been keeping up with what's going on in Arizona, I hope, right? It's a border state, and thus a very politically charged state on the topic of immigration, and the Republicans there have been going absolutely crazy the last 2 weeks. Have you guys been following this? Arizona lawmakers push one of the toughest border laws in the country towards statewide vote. This is just one of many things that they are doing in Arizona right now. Mind you, Arizona, the same state that just tried to codify a law that is literally pre-Civil War era, I believe, on abortion, mind you. You guys remember that? That got shot down in court, thankfully, but they almost codified a Civil War era anti-abortion law that was only made specifically to, like, allow for the prosecution of, like, traveling snake oil salesmen who would, like, give unsafe, like, rusty coat hanger abortions, like, for their own profit and didn't care if their patient survived. Like, literally 1800s shit. Like, the law just doesn't apply today for anything other than, like, just being awful, right?
Latest border crackdown proposed by Republicans in Arizona could reignite another SB 1070 style showdown with the federal government. Bram Resnick reports.
Senate President Warren Peterson wanted to make one thing clear about Republicans' Secure the Border Act.
There's no room in your story to spend for racial profiling.
Peterson cited Yavapai County Sheriff David Rhodes' statement that law enforcement officers would need evidence of an illegal border crossing before.
Hilariously, though, they won't be able to get this passed. And do you want to know why? This has already been getting blocked in Arizona's courts by Republicans for the same reason that the biggest border security funding bill in history that was propagated by Biden and the Democrats wasn't approved by the Republicans. Because the Republicans refuse to actually solve any of their wedge issues that they have convinced their voter bases are a problem before they've been elected. They need these things like immigration to at least look like a huge problem on election day so people see a reason to vote for Trump. As Mitt Romney said, and as many more Republicans have said, they are not going to allow Biden to take credit for quote-unquote solving the border crisis.
Before making an arrest.
Somebody said, oh, well, does that mean a police officer in Gilbert is going to ask you for your papers? No, that's not what that means.
Rhodes said Arizona's southern border counties would bear the brunt of arresting undocumented immigrants, but the bill doesn't limit.
Do you guys remember when this wall was supposed to be like a 100-foot tall solid rebar and concrete, like, behemoth? Who remembers that? The wall just got 10 feet taller. Remember that? Remember when he'd say that? Remember when the wall was going to be like 3 or 4 feet thick? And it's just this, like, now rusty. Like, I can't wait for this thing to start falling over. It's got so much surface. They had to, like, make it into bars so the wind wouldn't knock it over. But, like, it's going to get weak over time, and money's going to run out for maintaining this thing. So eventually it's just going to fucking rot and fall over, and it's so big and so dumb constructed, it's going to fall over faster than any other fence, right? Part of it already fell over. There's not going to be much left. Like, it's going to be like, let's go see the pieces of the border wall pretty soon. Like, you're going to have to, like, drive along this road and be like, oh, there's a piece. Drive for like 5 minutes. Oh, there's another piece still standing, you know? Like, that's what it's going to be in, like, not too long, like a couple decades if it's already this eroded.
Enforcement, and no one could say how much that would cost.
How are we going to do these things? And there's not a lot of answers at the moment.
It's an unfunded proposal that the police departments will have to deal with in a situation where they're already short on money.
Attorney Daniel Ortega fought.
I have a hard time believing that. I have a really hard time believing anyone who even tries to suggest to me that a police department is low on funding. No. Not in America, they aren't.
SB 1070, the so-called Show Your Papers law that energized...
And to be clear, a police department being low on funding is not when they can't afford a tank, okay? A police department is not low on funding just because they can't afford armored vehicles. That is not what I qualify as low on funding, personally.
A generation of Latino activists.
I'm not as emotional this time as I was 14 years ago, but I'm angrier because I thought we put that behind us.
In addition to giving Arizona police the power to enforce federal immigration laws, the ballot referral would mandate broader immigration checks for people seeking jobs or government benefits. Also, tougher sentences for fentanyl-related deaths. Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs said in a statement,
what the fuck does fentanyl have to do with this? Is fentanyl coming up from the southern border? I thought fentanyl is a, like a narcotic, isn't it? Like, isn't it produced by a large, like, produced and prescribed? Or I guess probably not anymore. Maybe I'm thinking ketamine. Might be mixing up ketamine and fentanyl. My bad. Does fentanyl come from the border? This is their narrative now? They have been fear-mongering about ketamine for a long... Or not ketamine, fentanyl for a long time. I will say, fentanyl is dangerous. It really, really is. There's a reason why Lefty Twitter will tell you, get a drug testing kit and test your drugs if you use, like, dangerous hard drugs, because it might have fentanyl cut into it, and that can kill you. Like, kill you, right? And then, what was I going to say? But on the other hand, I talked to somebody who, like, they were my landlord at my old place, and I was riding in the car with them somewhere, just because they were giving me a ride somewhere. Very friendly thing to do. And he told me this story about something that happened to his daughter, where his daughter's car got stolen, and then they found the car, but it tested, like, somewhere in the seats or the upholstery or on the leather, like dash or something, it tested positive for fentanyl, which meant they had to destroy the entire car, no salvaging it. You couldn't detail it, clean it, or anything. He said, and I quote, "It's like it's radioactive." I don't believe that fentanyl is truly that dangerous. I'm pretty sure a good detailing will handle enough, like, whatever amount of fentanyl could be present in the car that could get on you or whatever, or get inhaled and cause you to get high. I'm pretty sure you don't need to literally destroy the car like a meth house. Like, what? Agreed, Zan? Yeah, I think a good detailing would do it, you know? It's just, man, the fear-mongering around fentanyl, like, I don't know how much of it is real and how much of it is fake, because, like, fentanyl is really dangerous. It really is dangerous. Small amounts can really kill you. So if it's cut into drugs and you're someone who does drugs, you need to be worried, but at the same time, like, if you're not someone who does drugs, you don't need to worry about it. No one's gonna, like, walk up to you on the street and, like, blow a puff of fentanyl in your face and make you die instantly. Like, instant cardiac arrest, get the Narcan, or he's gonna be seeing the archangels in a moment.
Statement. This measure will divert law enforcement resources away from stopping crime, cost state and local governments millions of dollars, and leave a black eye on our state's international reputation.
The latest border...
Why do folks cut it into drugs? My understanding is that fentanyl, when cut into narcotics, or particular narcotics like downers, it's supposed to feel really strong. Like if you're not someone who knows drugs, you could do like heroin with fentanyl in it. That's right. It would be mixed with heroin. Like, it's a downer, I believe. It's really cheap, and if you mix them together, you can convince someone that, like, a very small amount of, like, good heroin is actually a large quantity and concentrated good heroin, but it's really just an ODing-inducing amount of fentanyl mixed in, which allows, like, a cheap drug dealer to make more money. It's why people cut things into drugs. It's so cheap drug dealers can trick you into buying more volume or buying more volume or less volume, but tricking you into thinking it's more volume for more money. So you're really buying less volume for more money, but you think you're buying more volume, maybe for less money. They might even think they're giving you. You might even think they're giving you a discount. Yeah. So there's definitely a concern there, but a reminder once again, when it comes to the topic of immigration, the vast majority of illegal immigrants in this country did not cross the border to get here. They did not illegally cross a border to get here. They were legally given a work visa, a visitor visa, whatever it may be, a school visa, and then once it expired, they just didn't leave. You guys know that you can do that, right? Like, you come to America on a work visa, and then, like, when that expires, you can just not leave, and if ICE doesn't get you, then you're just here. The majority of illegal immigrants are doing that. That is what they're doing. The problem is the right wants to fearmonger about literal caravans invading from the south. Do you remember that? It's been about 3 years now. You guys think that caravan has made it to the Mexican-American border yet? Like that multi-hundred million person caravan that was going to invade America? Has that made it here yet? It's been years. You think they'd make it here, right? Like, it's been so long. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, literally just made up a it was just a big group. There was a caravan. It wasn't heading to America. It was very far from America, but there were photos of it, and Trump and his administration claimed that they were numbering in like the millions, and they were coming for the border. They weren't. Anyway, we got another example of just how crazy Arizona is trying to go with the immigration stuff here, too. New rule aims to speed up removal of limited group of migrants who don't qualify for asylum.
Following up on a story we've been covering for you all week, the government could soon speed up the process for deciding some asylum claims.
And now you can weigh in on their plans. ABC 15's Lillian Donahue is breaking down what could be changing and how that will impact the flow of migrants at our southern border.
Here's a very basic view of the asylum system right now. When someone makes an asylum claim at the border, they undergo the initial screen and immigration officers interview for credible fear. If someone...
Now remember, claiming asylum and like going through the immigration process are not necessarily the same thing, though claiming asylum is part of the immigration process. When we think about immigration, we typically think about either people that are coming for like a temporary stay for a purpose or to like outright move and live here. While asylum seekers are more of like a temp status, like quick apply, hope like much higher chance of a quick approval, get screened, and hopefully you're allowed to get into the country, specifically because you can give a good case that, like, if you're not let in, you're literally going to die. Like to give the case that you are basically someone pounding on the door of a house in a zombie apocalypse, and if they don't let you in, you're going to get eaten alive. Like, you have to kind of prove that's the situation you're in, and you may be let in. That's asylum seekers.
passes that and other background checks, they'll then get a court date, sometimes years away, before an ultimate decision by a judge. Now, here's the proposed change. During the initial screening, officers could decide if someone is denied here during that initial interview due to a criminal history. ABC 15 has recently brought you stories across Arizona's border, introducing you to the people claiming asylum.
If you ever wonder, like, how strict is our system for allowing people into the country, even among illegal immigrants, and certainly among non-illegal immigrants, the rate, and even if we're just selecting for South American immigrants too, because I know that, like, Nazis would say, well, that might be getting weighed by non-brown immigrants or something like that, because Nazis love to find a way to, like, pick apart stats. But, like, even if you're just selecting for immigration south of the Mexican-American border, our immigration system is so strict that the vast majority, like the crime rate among immigrants that came from south of the Mexican-American border is lower than that of native-born white people. So, like, South Americans who immigrated here from south of the border statistically commit less crime than native-born white people here in America. The argument that they're bringing crime is just not, it's not real. In fact, what they're bringing is economic prosperity. When you look at the economic impact of bringing in immigrants, illegal and illegal, because people, working people, are a massive resource, especially what we call low-skill labor, though I don't like that term. It is how it's typically referred to. That low-skilled labor is not very popular here in America right now. Like American-born citizens, like that low-skill, like non-high school graduate labor is not popular. People, like, even in really big job shortages, do not take or apply for those jobs. Immigrants do. Immigrants do, and they are like the backbone of that entire sector of the economy. Like, if they go, our economy might actually collapse. Genuinely, I'm not joking.
In the U.S. Months after a surge in migrants, the Biden administration proposed a change to the asylum process Thursday, expediting decisions on people who have criminal records or pose security risks during an initial interview with officers rather than waiting for a judge.
They're trying to streamline the system, make it more efficient, and of course, deter people.
Lynn Marcus with U of A's Immigration Law Clinic says questions still remain on how the sped up process might impact people with nuanced stories, like those forced against their will to help criminals in the past.
The more you're allowed to consider in that screening process.
Yeah, to be fair, you're basically... the idea that, like, you're expected to be a completely clean record when coming from fucking, like, South America, Central America, and Mexico, like, that's pretty delusional, you know? It's like saying you're only allowed to be let out of prison if while you're in prison you don't commit any more crime. That's literally impossible. Because, like, literally not being a snitch, which is how you stay alive in prison, is breaking the law. You're not, like, not reporting crime taking place in your prison, like, that you're in, to the guards, the COs, and the police is literally illegal. You're breaking the law. If you're found out to have not reported that, you can be charged. Just like if you witness a murder and you don't tell anyone about it. On the outside. Same thing applies. What's legal on the outside is still legal on the inside. So, I don't know, it's just like, this argument, like, oh yeah, you're coming from Mexico or Central or South America. You better not have done anything criminal ever under any circumstances. Absolutely no compromises. It's like, man, what if like I stole an apple, you know? Like, what if I was like, for the first 10 years of my life, I was living that Aladdin life, you know, just like stealing bread and parkouring across rooftops to survive. Like, does that mean I shouldn't be allowed to be brought into... America literally wouldn't allow Aladdin in. Like, especially not under Trump. But, like, this... Like, literally, Aladdin wouldn't be allowed to immigrate to America because he's stolen for survival. Like, you get what I mean, right? It's just the idea that you have to be squeaky clean to be let in. On asylum, even. When you're an asylum seeker. Which means that you actively are coming because you have, like, a case for why you're in danger and need to be let the fuck in. They'll reject you. Christ.
To keep people from getting into court, the more chance there is of a false positive.
The Department of Homeland Security says this would only affect a specific group of asylum seekers who would most likely not have been granted asylum protections and who would have been in DHS custody. The Migration Policy Institute says this in action depends on capacity at the border.
The ability of the U.S. government to screen migrants is limited by the number of asylum officers currently employed.
She says even with the proposed change,
and, like, they're probably stretched so thin, and there's probably so many shitty people working as asylum officers and as immigration officers. Because, like, we heard Critical's story about his nightmare of an immigration officer, immigration agent, or whatever the term is. Like, either they're spread so thin that they don't even, like, really try at their jobs over there, and you got to be, like, a 1 in a million lucky chance to get someone who actually cares to approve you. Or they're really just, like, a lot of assholes working there that want to reject people, that don't like immigration. Which is, like, that job would attract those kind of people, you know?
More reforms are needed to address a large backlog and changing demand.
There's no lack of people like that living along the border.
Reform needs to happen to bring our asylum and immigration system into the 21st century.
The public can comment on this proposal from next Monday through June 12th. Reporting for ABC 15 Arizona, I'm Lillian Donahue.
Lillian, thank you. To check out all of our border coverage, including...
Like, dude, it just seems very... Like, isn't it interesting, though, how all of these bills they're pushing, well, they're very clearly, like, we are, you know, sort of announcing our racism, obviously. Like, they're very open about it. They're all, like, virtue signals of their racism. It feels like they're trying to ramp up talk about immigration, the right's strongest wedge issue besides guns, right before the election. Mind you, notice how the Republicans barely, if ever, like, in terms of, like, actual policy, ever talk about guns. I can't think of the last time a Republican did something gun-related, like federally, that was like good for gun owners, like good for guns. Like Trump was, the last thing I remember Republicans doing with guns was Trump passing the bump stock ban. So, you know, I guess immigration is now the right's biggest wedge issue. We are in the prime time for the left to just yoink guns as a culture war topic away from the right, because Trump and the Republicans have kind of not really been on top of that. But the right still, like the right-wing voters still love guns, like more than ever right now, I would say. So who knows? Maybe we could see a switch around here. Arizona GOP attempting to add measure to ballot on immigration. Oh, wait, hold on. Senate hearing held for bill to make illegal immigration a state crime. Dude. This is all in the last 2 weeks. What the fuck is happening in Arizona? They're going crazy.
Absolutely, and she still isn't in favor of it. The Senate committee is the first step in the process of getting this bill on the ballot come November and bypassing Governor Katie Hobbs' approval altogether. Senate President Warren Peterson was among a number of Republicans at a press conference held earlier today, pushing for the measure to move forward. Now, if this is approved by voters,
Yeah, I saw that, Delancer. Biden saw what they're doing here and tried and threw out the bait again with a new border security bill, the same thing as before, biggest funding bill, border security funding bill in history, and the Republicans blocked it once again and refused to vote for it because, once again, they don't actually want to, quote-unquote, solve the border crisis as long as Biden is in office. Biden could do everything they say they want done, but they won't accept it or even allow it to pass because it's Biden. This isn't about politics, policy, or the state of the country or the people living in it. It's about what guy is sitting in the Oval Office, what guy who they have been, you know, investing so much loyalty to will be sitting in that place of power eventually, where they can potentially trickle down some of that power and benefits from him. They believe if they kiss Trump's feet enough, then they'll get some of his favor once he's God Emperor of America or whatever.
it would be a state crime for anyone to cross the border illegally. The proposal is modeled after a Texas bill that gives local police the power to enforce federal immigration laws. That bill is on hold while the courts decide if it's constitutionally sound.
Won't that backfire on them? It really depends on how much faith you have in the American people. Will the American people even know that Biden almost, like, quote-unquote, solved the border crisis, as Republicans say they should, but the Republicans said no, and they said they won't allow it because they don't want Biden to do? Like, it seems like that would backfire on them, especially since it's knowledge that you can very easily find that they did this, like admitting that they did this, but how many people actually know about it? And even if they did find out, how many people remember when they go to vote?
Now, despite the challenges that it may face in Texas, state Republicans say the decision belongs in the hands of the voters.
We are putting border security policy to the voters. The voters are going to get the opportunity to decide border security issues and safety.
Oh my God, look at this guy, this fucking ghoul.
Meanwhile, Governor Hobbs stood her ground earlier today, saying despite what happens, the work to create a stronger border will continue.
We're certainly going to continue addressing the situation, working with border communities and the coalition that we've built.
Yep. They're denying it, but just as the Lancer said, part of this border bill will allow cops to ask anyone to provide paperwork to prove they're an American citizen. So they're literally passing papers, please laws in Arizona. Or they're trying to pass a papers, please law, among all these other things we've been covering.
Or not this ballot measure.
This is all just what they've been doing in the last 2 weeks, by the way.
Makes it, whether or not this measure makes it to the ballot or not.
And when asked if a lawsuit was imminent if this measure passes, Hobbs said she was not going to speak on hypotheticals, but she did add there are constitutional concerns around the measure. Now, if it does in fact...
Oh my God, the gamer god just perfectly summarized how the average American voter will react to this information. The gas prices are literally more important than anything. I'll vote for anyone who'd lower gas prices. Don't care what else happens. Entire world can end. Not my problem. Cheap gas is more important. So true. Like, if gas gets to $10 a gallon, we go full Nazi Germany too. We become the Fourth Reich. like, the American people will, like psychically resurrect Hitler to become our new president because gas prices got too high. Like, it's just, we become, like, Americans just become Hitler when gas prices get high enough. It's just how it works. Anyway, with that said, I really hope Arizona can, you know, get its shit together, but frankly, who gives a shit about that awful dust bowl of a state? I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. Don't really care much for Arizona. Don't ever really plan to spend much time there in the future. Don't care if Arizonans get offended at anything I say about the state. Your state sucks, and you should be mad about it. You should be mad and you should move and be ashamed that you ever lived in Arizona and lie to people and say you came from a state that has some dignity. Me and One Piece 34 Arizonans, we gotta get you out of there. We gotta get you out of there. Wait, as a matter of fact, hold on. You know what's hilarious? Hitler is actually more based than Arizonans on this. Ironically enough, even Hitler is so woke, he can't stand Arizonans. He can't stand Arizona.
Ein Idiot! No, mein Führer, sind Sie ein verkleideter Schurke, ein Jude? Ein verräterischer Jude! No, mein Führer, I'm from Arizona. Ein Idiot! No, mein Führer.
We gotta play the Wolfenstein games on stream so much. We gotta play these games on stream. That's Ronald Reagan there being shot, by the way. Wait, really? That's canonically Ronald Reagan? That's funny as fuck. I actually believe that. It wouldn't surprise me if the devs did that. Based. You know, I live in a blue country and it's really progressive, or blue county and it's really progressive? Aw, well, listen. Listen. Make the rest of Arizona blue and I'll like it. But for now, Arizona's posting way too much cringe. Way too much cringe. Gonna have to go ahead and cancel Arizona. We're gonna have to put it on ice for now and just let it cool off until we find out what the hell's going on. Complete and total shutdown of Arizona. Sorry, guys. You're gonna have to go into the icebox for now. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider dropping a like. I really do appreciate it. It helps the channel a lot, and the support basically live cattle prods the YouTube algorithm into blasting my content out to more people. So, no matter when, where, or what you're watching, for totally free, please consider dropping a like, comment down below for the same effect, and drop a sub and ring the bell icon so YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, don't forget, if you want to support me directly, financially, you can always do so quite easily by donating, subscribing, gifting a sub, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon, or through my website. But with all that said, follow my social medias, join my Discord, link down below in the description, totally free. It's the hub of my fan base where we do watch parties, call-in streams, game events, and I announce my streams and uploads. So I hope to see you there, I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I had some phlegm in my throat bothering me that whole segment that I just finally coughed. I finally coughed it. It's true, Zan. It's an alternate universe where Ronald Reagan stuck to acting. Oh, really? Huh. I'm from Arizona. Alright, what are we covering next? What's our next segment? Our next seggy? I got a good next segment. Let me roll up the scroll of the sacred text. Wolfenstein is in an alternate universe? Crazy? Yes, it is. It's an alternate universe where the Nazis won World War II, And BJ Blazkowicz, the guy who is able to defeat the Nazis, is basically put into a coma for a good while, wakes up, and then has to sort of like rebuild his own army to take down the now world-ruling Nazis. Through the power of his Jew magic? Jesus, Levy. I mean, he is Jewish, and he does slaughter a lot of Nazis, and he does have extreme strength that you could argue is damn near magic, so I guess kinda. Yeah. I like when BJ Blazkowicz, an American Jew, defeats the Nazis with lots of blood and the chainsaw. The chainsaw scene goes crazy. You guys know the one, right? Yeah, Andy's from Texas. Good old American. You guys have seen the chainsaw scene, right? The, Wolfenstein chainsaw scene. I can't wait. I'm streaming these games I'm streaming these games eventually, okay? Is there a high-def version of it? Yeah, let's see. The what scene? The chainsaw scene. Needs splatter protection. You've got a Nazi tied up in the basement.
And fair when dealing with people like you. Do you realize who I am? It would serve you well if you stop what... Understand, you damned lunatic, that I am superior to people like you. Warum hörst du nicht, du Schwachkopf? Du bist ein gottverdammter Irrenanstaltsinsasse!
Oh my god, this scene, yeah, this scene goes crazy. This game series
Let me tell you how
is
this
so
is gonna
based.
work. I'm gonna ask you one question. You are gonna answer that question in a way I find satisfactory, and if you do not, I will saw your head off with this here appliance, you hear me? So here it comes. Where are you people keeping the captured resistance fighters?
I'm sure. I don't know what you're talking about. There is no resistance!
Which Wolfenstein game is this? This is the, I think it's, New Order. New Order, yep. New Order, New Colossus, and then New Blood.
Okay, I'll tell you! Damn it! What do you want to know? The resistance fighters, where are they? Berlin, Eisenwald, Presen. But you'll never make it there. There are checkpoints everywhere. Looking for you. Looking for you and the nurse. And soon they will find this place. And then you will be on your knees!
Gotowy.
Such a good fucking game series. Such a good game series. It's just all about slaughtering lots and lots of Nazis. It's just such good fun. Such good fun. It's pretty much like Doom, but instead of demons like that you're slaughtering in countless thousands, you're just slaughtering Nazis. Like it's pretty much Doom, except like the demons. Nazis are pretty much equated to the demons insofar as what cannon fodder they are to you. You are slaughtering them in countless numbers. They are nothing to you. Even their like super robot like constructs. You're just blowing everything up. It's awesome. Zan, you can't play it or it'll come true like all the other games. Nah. Fun thing I learned years ago, Doom Guy may actually be related to BJ Blazkowicz. You know, there's been, like, long time meme connections between Doom and, Wolfenstein. Yeah. They were, like, the OG FPS games. Nazis were always cannon fodder. It wasn't for the people caught in between. If it wasn't for the people caught in between, it would be hilarious. Yeah. But Blazkowicz is canonically Doom Guy's ancestor. Really? That's canon? I guess it makes sense. Like, even having, like, a drop of Doom Guy's DNA in him would make him about that strong, yeah. BJ is Doom Guy's great-grandfather. Oh! Holy shit. Wait, they're actually... Are they the same company? Huh. Interesting. Neat! I had no clue. I guess it does make sense, though, but that's cool as hell. Aw, my mom sent me photos of my puppy. You guys want to see some puppy photos? This is how my little doggy, my little adorable puppy, lays down and expects to be pet. Look at her. She's so adorable. She just lays down in bed like this all day, and she has to lay her head on a pillow. She has to lay her head on a pillow. She will not sleep or lay down comfortably unless she can lay her head down on a pillow. She's like a stuffed animal. She does look like a little stuffed animal, and she snuggles you like one too. If you lay down in bed with her, she'll like snuggle up under the blanket and like keep you warm, and she'll just keep you so, like, she'll make you feel so loved. She's like a little living stuffed teddy bear. It's like she was created to give and receive love. She is just the most adorable, sweet little doggy in the world. My dog does the same thing with demanding pets, and she's a German Shepherd. It's so funny when giant dogs act like little puppies like that. I love that. Yeah, she's adorable. She's awesome. I have no clue what she is. We have been trying so hard to find out what she is, and we just can't figure it out. We don't know. We don't know what she is. Look. What is she? What breed is she? Like, it looks like there's some Papillion. It looks like there's some, like, you guys will start listing different things. There could be some Pomeranian with that, like, curly tail. Definitely some Poodle. I think there's some Chihuahua in there, because the face. Yeah, Dreaded Blur thinks Chihuahua. Definitely a mix of a lot of dogs. Her little paws are all wet because the grass was wet from a morning rain. You can see her little paw prints. Look at her little paw prints. Half Chihuahua, half Yorkie. You don't really get white Yorkies, though. Like, she's got to have Poodle in her. Guys, there's got to be some Poodle, though. You're forgetting, there's Poodle here. You don't get this lamb fur here that she's got unless you've got some Poodle in you. She got some Poodle in her, for sure. Listen, I'm crowdfunding my my info on what species this my dog could be. A Maltipoo. What is that? Never heard of that. Let me look it up. No, she's not a Maltipoo. She has pointy ears. Remember, pointy ears. That's a very definitive factor here. Personally, I think it's a dog. Come on, guys. Help me. Too hard to guess, but I love... Wait, 2 goes hard, but I love New Order. Is there like a delay? I thought we were talking about the puppy. But the head screamed Chihuahua. She definitely has a very Chihuahua face, doesn't she? The ears and eyes, yeah. I mean, well, the ears look Papillion-eared almost, you know? I don't know dog breeds. I will find out what she is one day. She's adorable. I've never seen a dog that is exactly like her before. I've never seen like an identical dog to her. Maltese poodle mix with some Yorkie? Maybe. Take her to the vet or groom? Well, that's just how her fur looks. She's well groomed and everything. Just gone off topic. Can't stop talking about the game. We've only seen a few angles of the dog. Yeah, you'd have to see her in person and get to know her personality, and you get to know more about her, you know what I mean? You get to understand her better. All right. Let's see.
The British government is...
Okay. Hey guys, you all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, you guys know how the UK is cringe and bad, and we don't like it, and we joke about how bad it is all the time? Well, this time, we're not joking. This is actually the UK being unimaginably cringe. You see, the UK is currently planning to ban sex education for children under 9. Now, I'm going to preface this because I feel this is very important context to know going into this story. Sex education is one of those awkward topics where it's like, no one wants to be the person that has to explain that kind of stuff to young people, to kids, certainly. It's an awkward situation all around. I know that, like, when I was younger, it was awkward to have to sit there and have this, like, adult tell us all this stuff we already knew from the internet, frankly, at that point. And then, like, just the awkwardness, getting the talk. I never just got the talk, thankfully, but I imagine that would be really weird and awkward, too. Sex education can be pretty awkward and weird, right? Like, let's be honest, it can be, right? And there is an automatic, reflexive reaction to... Come on, just bear with me here, chat. There's an automatic, reflexive reaction that many people have to saying something along the lines of, there is a age limit of appropriateness to when a child should be made aware of certain ideas around sex, no matter how clinical it's presented. Because there's a way to talk about biology and sexual reproduction and safety that's not raunchy or inappropriate. It can be clinical and straightforward and scientific and meticulous and educational, and it can be, like, enriching. And I think that's something that a lot of people kind of forget. And another thing to remember, probably the most important thing that we need to remember, is that the introduction of sexual education at a young age, the younger the better, surprisingly, drastically decreases the chances of A, a child being taken advantage of by a sexual predator, and B, the chances of a child being taken advantage of by a sexual predator, and then that sexual predator getting away with it because the child doesn't know to get help. You see, many children don't know what consent is, they don't know what boundaries are, or that they should have them, or that if an adult tells them to do something, that doesn't necessarily mean they have to do it all the time. And there's a certain important level of understanding that even young kids need to have, because they're the targets of some of the most deranged and foul people that want to take advantage of them. And they need to know a basic education to protect themselves, or God forbid, if something happens to them, to seek justice. And it has been shown statistically, with data, overwhelmingly, a consensus has been established that introduction of sex education at a younger age drastically reduces the chances of especially prolonged sexual abuse on children. And so while I understand the immediate sort of reflexive reaction to want to protect the innocence of children from hearing about even a clinical, clean, educational understanding of sex education so that their, innocence can be preserved or whatever, I think what's more important in regards to preserving their innocence, I think what would preserve their innocence far more would be helping to prevent them from being sexually abused. And a big thing you can do to help them to avoid that is to explain to them at a young age what that is. One thing that I guess you could kind of consider this in a way sex education, sort of. For as long as I have been alive and that I have memories, I have known what a pedophile was. My mom told me as soon as I was capable of internalizing information about dangers like a hot stove, that there are creepers out there that will come after kids and they want to do bad things to kids. And like being a kid, I needed to be very careful and be particularly careful to make sure that I'm not being stalked or hunted or no one's trying to go after me. And that was good information. I don't think I ever had a situation where that info was like useful or needed to be used, which is good, but God forbid I did need to know that information and I didn't know it. And I was able to be taken advantage of. I mean, God forbid. Fucking hell. So, I think it's really important that some form of education is offered. But, something that you guys need to know is that conservatives, both in America and in the UK, and all around the world, they don't make that distinction. They don't see any shades of gray or compromise. They just see unilateral control and power. And in the topic of educating kids on anything to do with sex, they have deemed that evil in their culture war struggle. So it doesn't matter how much data there is showing that teaching kids sex ed, even at the age of 6, helps prevent them from being molested. They don't care. They just want to get an epic own on the left. And so, UK schools plan to ban sex education for children under 9. Which, reminder, are the children most vulnerable to sexual predators that go after children.
The British government is changing its regulations on sex education in schools. It is making subjects like gender identity illegal to be taught to children under the age of 9 years.
Oh, and if you're curious about where this is coming from, it heavily includes the banning of discussion of gender identity. It's very clear where politically this is targeted to, or targeted at, and where the shots are being fired from.
The government said that this new guidance will be enforced from later this year. It will also ensure that parents can in fact demand access to all the media and materials that are used to teach their children. The British government is...
I don't necessarily disagree with that. Now, this is a big thing that a lot of conservative bills will do, where they try to find a group of people that are politically popular to advocate for, veterans, parents, etc., etc., and they'll kind of pack a bill with a bunch of overreaching, like, dystopian clauses, and then they'll add in something or one or two things that are really popular, good headline fodder, right? Something like, this bill's going to allow parents to demand access to the resources being used to educate their kids. Which is good. That does seem pretty good, though it does sound like a rife for cheating, to be honest, like... Think about it for a moment. But regardless, that does sound like a good idea in principle, but it's to get that, you have to agree to banning all sex education about gender identity.
It's further said that the new guidelines in primary schools will stop the teaching of lessons under relationships, sex and health education. The government is in consultation to ensure that the content that is taught to the children is factual, appropriate, and that children have the capacity to fully understand what they're being taught. Now, according to the Department of Education, that would be when youngsters reach secondary school stage, that is above the age of 11, while many teachers feel that children must be taught on how to keep their bodies safe. Lawmakers are backing the new rules to restrict sex education.
I love that. They even lampshade the fact that, all the teachers and educational, professionals are No, this education is done to keep children's bodies safe. That's a good way of describing it, too. We do this to keep children's bodies safe. We educate them so they know how to keep themselves safe. Also, you spot what I see, right? I fucking hate these things. This teacher seems nice, though. She doesn't seem to have moved anybody into yellow or red. For all we know, it could be the beginning of the day, but fucking hell. Anybody else remember these? When I was a kid, if I got anything other than, like... when I was a kid, we had green, and then yellow, and then orange, and then red. If I ever got orange or red, I was getting an ass whooping when we got home from school. And, like, they would move you down a tier just for right now, my leg bounce might get me moved down a tier. You know, God, having ADHD and a teacher who just gets annoyed and moves you down a tier for anything, and, like, parents that don't understand that these tiers don't represent how bad of a student you were today or how badly behaved you were. It's rough. I stayed in the red, not gonna lie. I had a good fair amount of days in the red because I couldn't stay on task with schoolwork, and I'd talk to friends and stuff. But yeah. Oh my God, is it the slip cards? This lady's using like a Velcro pad, but for me it was slip cards most years. One year I remember it was it was like one of those wooden paper tabs or one of those like laundry line clips, right? Like you'd write your name on the laundry clip and then you would unclip it and then move it down or whatever. I heard some teachers would even let you move your clip back up if you like went back to being good for the rest of the day or something, or you're fine for the rest of the day. But never had a teacher that nice. I had the worst fucking teachers when I was younger. It was rough, man. This gave me flashbacks, bro.
From being taught in schools, claiming that it is the role of parents and communities to do so.
As soon as you mention sex and relationship education, people's minds dive straight away to the very nitty-gritty of teaching children about sex when they're younger in the school, under the age of 9. We're not teaching them that.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate that this gets lumped in under the umbrella of sex education, and people are so prudish and like hypersensitive that like they'll turn their brain off the second they hear those two words together and then children in the same sentence. When in reality, what we're talking about is like 3rd grade health class, okay? Like we're talking about, okay, everybody, like I'm going to be honest, like the most graphic thing that might be discussed in one of these classes is like how to properly wash yourself, like how to have proper hygiene might be the most graphic thing discussed. And that's not like inappropriate or sexual. That's having good hygiene. I don't care how old you are. You're not too young to know how to keep yourself clean, okay? No matter what part of your body it is. Like, you need to know how to do that. Like, either a parent or something needs to teach you. Like, that's important, you know? But, like, conservatives would say that's grooming, you know? Like, even if a parent... Like, you know, for a long time, the right actually made it a culture war issue as to whether or not it's gay for men to wash or wipe their ass. Because the implication is you don't clean up unless you expect people to come visit. That was the saying. What the fuck? Yeah. Decades of conservative men saying washing your ass is gay because if you don't clean up unless you expect someone to come visit. That was the saying.
Teaching them about how to keep their bodies safe. I think once parents understand exactly what that is, they have no issues with it at all and are actually quite thankful.
We've got to recognise that kind of sexual ethics and philosophical worldview are absolutely the role of parents and communities to teach. And there isn't a settled view about sex in this country. We have people of all different religions, all different backgrounds. And so it shouldn't be for schools to teach what's right and wrong. They should be teaching the facts.
The British government has said there is law.
Well, yeah, just teach an education. There's no, like, schools don't teach you what's right and wrong. They just teach you facts. That is what school, like, obviously when you're younger, the curriculum can be a little more driven by the teacher, but generally, if you're not able to pass if an entire class for literal grades on grades isn't passing standardized testing, the teacher's going to be in some trouble. So the teacher's at least doing a good enough job teaching what they're teaching that the majority of their students are learning enough to pass standardized testing. That's the whole point of standardized testing. It's a very low standard, a very, like, you know, kind of subpar standard, but there is a standard, right? So, like, where's this idea that, like, teachers are pushing their morals on students? The only teachers I ever had that pushed morals on me as a kid were the conservative ones. Like, conservatives can't not be political. Like, if you have ever met someone who's, like, progressive, even the most, like, online lefties, they can have a non-political conversation. Like, they can talk about a topic, like, they can watch a piece of media and not have see someone who's, like, a trans person, and they don't immediately think, oh, a trans person, this is left-wing or political. They'll just think, oh, a character, and, like, it won't even... Like, for me, I'm progressive, and I was watching From, and at one point a character just straight up says, a cross-dresser who was gorgeous, was the quote, lived with them in Colony House. And it took me like 10 seconds to register what I just heard, that like the show just did trans inclusion, and like I just didn't even pick up on it because it was so casual the way it did it. When you're progressive, you can just kind of like enjoy media even when it's political in a very like apolitical way. You can just kind of appreciate it. But every conservative I've ever met, if they so much as see like a minority group they don't like represented in a piece of media, in a trailer for half a second, like I've seen conservatives watch a trailer for a movie they're excited for, and then there's a single shot where like a woman has pink hair, like it's some like side character has pink hair, like smiling at the camera for a single shot in the trailer, and it immediately gets them mad and makes them not want to watch the movie, because that immediately fills them with so many preconceived notions and like misconceptions that they just lose their mind, right? Like they can't not be reminded of the culture war with every bit of media they consume, every conversation they have. It's really sad.
Watching a consultation with parents in schools before the guidance comes statutory.
Around you, there's people of different genders, different sexualities, different family setups. This is the reality of the world now. And if you don't talk about it in school, then people get the wrong idea.
The ability of children to be able to look things up on their own has become more prevalent anyway. So it makes more sense for them to get basic.
Yeah, I'd rather kids are learning basic sex education from schools than from Pornhub, you know? Funny, I am dating again and had a TERF message me, like, why does everything have to be so political with you? Like, ma'am, you came on my profile and messaged me about politics because I have no TERFs in my bio. Yeah, no, it's literally, like, they have to try and get a reaction out of you. Because you have to remember, a lot of conservatism is about goading a reaction. Even on a policy level, they want to make you riot in the streets and burn dumpsters. So their, like, talk show hosts can rake in millions in viewership from, like, suburban and rural conservative white viewers that believe the cities are on fire. Once you've, like, all it takes is a single trash can or a single car getting, like, turned over, and Fox News has enough footage to create a narrative for millions, tens of millions of American suburban and rural white conservative Fox News viewers. And of course, in this case, it's the UK, but, you know, everything outside of, like, what, London is pretty much, like, backwoods rural in the UK. Like, what is there? London, Bristol. That's, like, it, right? Like, it's everything's, like, very rural. They literally call, like, small towns villages in the UK.
Basic information at school from someone they can
cities,
trust.
Manchester,
For all
I
the
guess
latest
so.
news, download the Vion app and subscribe.
I'm going to be honest, I've never been to the UK, and when I imagine it in my mind, I actually feel like I could see all of it from the top of a tall enough building, you know? Like if I stood on top of, like, Big Ben, I feel like I could see, like, Hadrian's Wall. Am I right? I think I'm right. I played Assassin's Creed Valhalla, so you know, you could see pretty far. It'd probably be very gray looking. I love the UK. I just imagine the entirety of the UK is just a field with a single hill in the middle of an island. In the middle of the island. I imagine, like, the middle part is really hilly and green. The northern part is, like, snowy and gross and, like, shrubby. And then the southern part is, like, really smoggy and rainy and overcast and, like, just city, you know, London, Bristol, fucking, like, I think Manchester's in the south, too. Like, a lot of the towns and cities are in the south. I live in Glasgow. Man, I've got a lot of Britbongers in my chat today. What's going on? What's going on? What is up with all the British people watching me? It's crazy. Why you guys got to vote against these weirdos in your government? How is your country so conservative? Like, how does your country hate Trump so much, but is also so conservative in who they vote for? Like, your median voters in the UK are actually brain dead. I'm sorry. Like, UK median voters might be the dumbest political, like, people that are in politics that exist. Like, actually just bizarre. I don't know what they believe. I don't know if they have beliefs. Britain has a worse voting system than the US. Is that why? Is it just too complicated for them to understand it? Because most British people think they're better than the rest of the world. Like, every time I see, like, some awful looking British breakfast and them try to, like, claim that it looks delicious to them, it's like, yeah, man, enjoy it. Yeah, I'm gonna go make some over easy eggs, toast, bacon, and hash browns myself, but you enjoy your blood pudding and death sausage or whatever the fuck that is. Like, I don't know. I thought Scotland was a little more trans-inclusive than England. I think Northern Ireland is pretty chill when it comes to trans people. I know a good amount of trans people that live there. People here dismiss racism by saying in America. Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, British people in talking about American, like, racial politics become MLK, but they become Hitler when they talk about British politics. That's true. Oh my god, Zan, that is my favorite breakfast. Over easy eggs, toast, and bacon with hash browns or some home fries. I like my hash browns myself, but yes, that is my favorite breakfast. That's what I, like, if I'm making myself, like, my top tier favorite, like, I call it Hobbit breakfast whenever I make that. Like, if you're ever, like, I don't know, hanging out with me and I say, hey, want some Hobbit breakfast? That's what I mean. Over easy eggs, toast, hash browns, bacon. Maybe some pancakes, if we're feeling up for it. Man, now I'm hungry. Well, if you're feeling hungry too after that, then please leave a like on this video. Frankly, wherever you're watching, make sure to leave a like. It basically live cattle prods the YouTube algorithm into pushing my content out to more people, so I really do appreciate it when you guys do me that solid. It really does help a lot. And of course, make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications, and follow my social medias linked down below. And if you want to help me, like, financially and support me so that I can afford cool stuff for content creation to keep the lights on, and of course, remember, Quail content, currently raising money to do the Quail content. I am shopping for cameras. I need a good DSLR camera in the $600 to $800 price range is what I'm looking at. So yeah, consider donating to help support the goal, and I would really appreciate that. You can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or supporting me through, or buying my merch, through the Streamlabs link down below. And don't forget, for totally free, you can join my fan Discord, link down below, where I host fan events, call-in streams, and game events, and I also do watch parties in there, and I announce all my streams and my uploads in there as well, so make sure you have notifications on. I hope you've already joined. I hope to see you there, and I hope to see you again. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I should be visiting Bath relatively soon. Up in British Columbia. I want to visit Bath before they move from where they are, because they're in a really cool spot right now that I want to visit myself. Up in the mountains. Let me mark off this topic. Oh yeah, guys. The other day, I got my new SSD set up. And oh my god, is the performance on this thing insane. I wish I could transfer New Vegas over to it, but I doubt it would make much of a difference, because the game's so old. But, gosh, my computer was getting so bottlenecked by that hard drive. I was using a 15-year-old hard drive. I'm not joking. I was using a 15-year-old slow 2 terabyte hard drive for my mass storage, where everything on my computer was and running off of. I didn't know why when I played games, it took like 30 seconds for things to load in their full textures. Turns out, that was my storage. I got this big SSD. It's 4 fucking terabytes more storage on this one SSD than I've ever had on any computer I've ever even had before, and it's a fast SSD. Dude, all my games are going on this thing, and it goes hard. Xander Hall abusing his PC? Not abusing it, what do you mean? I upgraded it. Now the hard drive is just going to be used for videos, like recordings of my segments, Quail content, podcast recordings, fan art, screenshots, like memes, things like that. Like movies and TV shows I want to download for completely legally. No pirating, we don't pirate. Hard drives are good for mass storage, and that's pretty much it these days. So now I've got a proper SSD, and it feels good. What species of quail are you planning on getting? Ooh, allow me to show you. I plan to get Jumbo Caturnix quail, which if you want to know what they're like... When you donate, I want you to know this is what you're donating for, chat. Have you guys ever wondered how you wash a quail? Because they can get parasites in their feathers, and they get dirty. Here's how you wash a quail. Oh, jumpies. They're 2 weeks old. This guy doesn't even have a coop for him. He's just letting him wander the house. There's pets. Marbles are good to help keep him from drowning. Wibble wants a bath. What if their names are Wibble and Wobble? Oh, he's showing signs he wants to take a bath. You gotta get them a sand pit. They make a mess doing this if you don't have high enough walls, like what he's done here. You ideally want like a litter box type setup, one of those covered litter boxes. Like imagine you're making a cat litter box, because they're gonna kick up this shit like they're cats. This is how they clean themselves. They dust bathe. No, you don't have to bathe them. They just bathe themselves. They do it all on their own. They're very self-sufficient birds outside of like everything besides bathing. You know, they do it themselves. Look, they learned. They're like little chinchillas. They are called chinchilla birds oftentimes. Diatomaceous earth is going to be your best bet. It's got a lot of helpful properties for keeping mites and parasites away. Yeah, good idea. Mixing some diatomaceous earth in here. It'll help that a lot, yeah. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Yeah, that'll be the type of quail I get. So when you donate, know that you're donating for me doing quail content. And being able to eat. I do like eating. Oh, Perry Icefire, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. That really helps a lot. Thank you so much. Said, I forgot to ask, what type of power element would be your ideal? Ice, water, fire, or lightning? Lightning. Cole McGrath pilled. The Infamous games, one of my favorite game series. Lightning powers any day of the fucking week. Cole McGrath is literally me for real, for real. That's super easy to draw. Good. Man, I wish the Infamous series, especially the first 2 Infamous games, had more recognition. I really do. I want to play through those on stream eventually. I played through Infamous 1 on stream once, but I want to wait for them to get, like, remade or, like, released on PC or, like, an emulator to be properly, really well running the game on like, PC. And I want to play through them. Infamous 1 and 2 in the DLC. That would be so fun to stream. I don't care if I have 5 viewers watching me. I just want to... Oh, that would just be so fun. Ice powers are so much cooler. So true. I remember playing the Infamous demo game on PS3 a long time ago, back in 2009. Many people played the fuck out of that demo. It was one of the best demos that you could play on the PlayStation Store. I'm not wrong, right? Like, PS3 days, the Infamous 1 demo went crazy. The amount of, like, freedom you had, like, it wasn't timed, really, if I remember correctly. Or if it was, you could really fuck around so much in that small strip of area they let you fuck around with. So I just spent so much time parkouring and blowing things up, and it was so wild once I got the actual game and I could genuinely, like, explore the map and see the whole world. Infamous went so fucking hard. Yes, I played it. Yes, it did. Xanderhall, reality control and molecular control is better. I'm sure, obviously, but fuck off. I like my grounded powers. Listen, I would take, like, Wolverine's healing factor over Dr. Manhattan, like, god-tier omniscience any day of the week, just because I prefer the power fantasy of instant healing. I don't like the power fantasy of being able to snap your fingers and solve a problem. That's too easy. Anyway. I think Earth Power is the most boring of the elemental ones. Earth Powers can be pretty cool, but it does kind of just look like throwing rocks, doesn't it? Unless they find a cool way to depict it, like making a cool rock hand descend from the earth and grab someone and crush them, like shamans do in WoW. That's pretty cool. That's a creative way to depict, like, Earth Powers, I think. Let me resume the music. All right. All right. There's a game called Life is Strange True Colors where you can do that, Cleaver 120. All right. Oh. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So guys, you all know Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, is truly evil, right? Like a really racist, evil piece of shit. Well, I'm about to make you guys even more sure of that conclusion, because he just pardoned a guy who was convicted of killing a protester at a 2020 BLM rally. Mind you, this is a guy who had posted on social media his, like, manifesto and, like, had gone on rants about how he was going to go there to kill people. Y'all, what? Yep. Yep. Texas governor pardons man convicted of killing protester at 2020 BLM rally.
Tonight, a man convicted of murder for killing an armed Black Lives Matter protester is walking free.
Mind you, by the way, armed Black Lives Matter protester is maybe harder language than I would use without giving extra context right away, because people are going to immediately draw conclusions, I feel. Open carrying at protest is one of the very few cases in which carrying a firearm openly in public is generally considered acceptable and is generally legal. Usually, even among like really pro-gun people, you don't open carry a gun unless you're doing, unless you're hiking, fishing, camping, hunting, like sport shooting, these kind of things where it makes sense to not have to have your gun away all the time. Like you'd have it out doing these things. Like it'd be okay to have it out. But when it comes to a protest, that's another one of those scenarios. Openly carrying at a protest is legal. Shooting people unprompted, not so. Not so. And a good example of like open carrying at a protest being done well was the Black Panthers. They would literally just like stand outside of police precincts and walk neighborhoods with like M4s or whatever, and just like watch police. They would literally stalk cops with like slung machine guns over their shoulders, and they would just patrol through the neighborhood to make sure the cops weren't harassing any kids or something. And they would do this at protests. They would do it as a form of demonstration. And it's been done by many left and right-wing movements throughout American history. So to be very clear here, armed BLM protester does not mean this guy was like taking down an armed like shooter at the protest. This just means the guy shot someone who was open carrying. And the guy who shot the person who was open carrying was probably open carrying too. Remember, the right believes in guns for them, but not for minorities, certainly not black people. They are not big on black people owning guns.
An armed Black Lives Matter protester is walking free. Former U.S. Army Sergeant Daniel Perry was serving a 25-year prison sentence for fatally shooting Air Force veteran Garrett Foster in 2020. Today, Perry was pardoned by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. And just to remind you what happened, prosecutors say that Perry drove his SUV.
To be clear, this guy was convicted of murder. Like, this guy was found guilty and convicted of murder, and as a political stunt, Greg Abbott is letting him go. Mind you, he wrote a manifesto about how he was going to go there and kill BLM protesters before he went and killed BLM protesters. It was premeditated first-degree murder, is what I believe it was determined to be, with all the evidence. And Abbott is literally now letting the guy out of jail with a get out of prison free card, because that's the power that our heads of state, not heads of the state of America, but like the states have. Like, they can literally pardon people like this. Guns for me, but not for minority. Exactly.
Through a red light into a crowd of protesters in Austin. He was apparently approached by Foster, who was openly carrying an assault-style rifle, which is legal in Texas. Foster then motioned for Perry to lower his window, at which...
assault-style rifle is not a real classification for guns, by the way. Is it? Is assault-style rifle? Why? Is that a real classification for guns? She didn't say assault weapon. I've never heard assault style rifle. I hate that I have to be the guy that nitpicks at this stuff, but you know, CNN. You gotta take what you can get, I guess. It doesn't sound right. No, it's not. Yeah, it doesn't sound right to me either. It stands out as like, it sounds like fully semi-automatic, you know? It sounds a bit like that to me.
Point Perry shot Foster with a handgun. The defense argued that Perry's actions were justified as self-defense, but the jury, they went on to convict him. Now, Governor Abbott made an unusual request for the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles to carry out an expedited review before Perry was even sentenced. Now, that board unanimously voted to pardon Perry and restore his firearm rights earlier today. I want to bring in Sheila Foster. It's Garrett Foster's mom.
So not only is he walking free, they're giving him his guns back after he literally wrote a manifesto. He literally did premeditated first-degree murder and was convicted of it against a BLM protester, and Greg Abbott, as a political stunt, has pardoned him, let him free, and given him his guns back. He is now armed and back on the streets, and he is going to kill again. He is probably, like, this might be the most empowered an attempted mass killer has ever felt in the history of attempted mass killers. Like, this guy is going to attack again, so confident that he is going to get away with it and be let out of prison again. This guy is going to repeat offend so bad. Yeah, Zan, this legit worries me, y'all. Well, guys, remember, the Republicans are hard on crime. They're hard on crime. Remember, Texas is a hard on crime state, but that New York, I mean, they just let murderers walk right on out of jail after a night there. You know how it is in those hellish liberal cities. Not Texas though. They're hard on crime there. Hard on crime, Texas.
And the attorney representing her, Quentin Brogdon. Sheila Foster, thank you so much for joining us this evening. It is heartbreaking every time I hear about and remind the audience about what has happened to your family, to your beloved child. He was convicted of murder on Daniel Perry on April 7th of last year. The very next day, Governor Abbott was speaking openly about wanting to pardon your son's killer. What is it you're feeling tonight?
Reading the governor's pardon, it appears as though nothing that was done in trial and nothing that was reviewed by the pardon board was included in his pardon. That is all stuff that was said by the defense attorney in the beginning. It's not anything that the pardon board discovered. All of that stuff was debunked at trial. Everything the governor put in his pardon letter was proven wrong during trial.
Did you feel when the conviction happened and he was found guilty, how did you feel about losing your son and justice and accountability at that point?
When they announced that he was guilty?
Yes.
That was a relief. That was a relief. And I've slept better that night than I had in nearly 3 years. And I woke up the next morning and it was so peaceful. And then I literally was basking in peace that morning and thank.
Yeah, Abbott is up for re-election soon, by the way, guys. How well did what were the results of the last gubernatorial election? Texas gubernatorial election results, Abbott. 2022 gubernatorial election. Yeah, like every fucking district went to Abbott. Okay. Beto O'Rourke. Was Beto O'Rourke, like, unpopular? Was Beto just, like, not a great candidate? Or was it just Greg Abbott being this popular among Texans? Because he won by 54.8% to 43.9%. Like, Abbott won by a pretty large margin last time. Like, every rural county goes hard Abbott. Hard Abbott. Every rural county. Like, Galveston, Austin, Houston, they all go to Beto in the last election. Abbott is not popular, Zan. Was Beto unpopular, though? That's the question. Was Beto a good candidate for the Democrats? Was he weak? Like, was it that Beto was so weak, or was Greg, like, particularly strong? That's what I'm asking. Or Abbott particularly strong? Most likely gerrymandering? Oh, yeah. Oh, fucking yeah. Dude, my buddy Ethan's voting district looks like a pair of headphones. That's not a joke, by the way. Look at the shape of my headphones here. This is the shape of my buddy's voting district. Also, guys, listen, I'm giving you guys some hilarious fucking memes, okay? Some hilarious fucking memes. No, I cannot tell you, and I will not dox him. As hilarious as it would fucking be. But, my buddy Ethan knows a lot of areas in Texas and recognize the famous doxed but blurred photo of Stone Toss's house that leaked, but it's like blurred. Like we don't know you're not supposed to know like exactly where he lives. That was found because like my buddy just knew where that was. He just like was like, wait, I know where that is. I recognize that, and then brought it up on Google and was like, we could do the funniest shit in the world right now. Well, we didn't. But yeah, my buddy Ethan knows where Stone Toss lives. I know where Stone Toss lives. I know his address. I would never post it. But yeah, just like not even trying to find it. Just like, holy shit, I know that place. Figured out, like, just easy. So that's funny as fuck. But yeah, Texas, that whole district shaped like a pair of fucking headphones, bro. And like Austin or Houston. My bad. Leave him some mail. No, I'm not gonna fuck with anybody's house. I'm not gonna fuck with anyone's house. He's only a stone toss away. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Anyway, yeah, no, I mean, Greg Abbott took the win pretty hard last election. I don't know, guys. Next election is in 2026, apparently. That'll be when we get our next gubernatorial election in Texas. So in 2 years, there will be a chance to knock Abbott out of this seat. But he won with a nearly 10% margin. So we'll see. We'll see if he can get booted out. He's pretty awful.
That we finally got justice. And then I got a text message from my friend telling me about the governor's tweet.
Can you imagine that? Your son is murdered. Finally, after like a long court, like trials and tribulations, justice is finally brought about. First-degree murder charges are like applied and they're found guilty. And the governor, the Republican governor, for a political stunt, not only releases your son's killer, but for like extra brownie points in like the culture war, like gives him his guns back. Like rearms the guy that killed your son so he can kill again. And he loses nothing now. The guy who killed her son has lost absolutely nothing and might even be made a right-wing celebrity like Kyle Rittenhouse after this.
And I thought, there's no way he would actually do that. There's no way he's actually gonna do that. And then here we are.
Is that how you found out? You mean this is the way that you found out through a tweet that the governor's office didn't contact you or you didn't have the advance notice?
No, it was through a tweet. When I found out that my son was murdered, I found out by Whitney's mother. The authorities didn't even contact me, his next of kin. I had to find that out from his wife's mother. And my daughter had previously already learned it on Facebook. So nothing involving this case is normal. Nothing is ethical. Nothing.
Yeah, just imagine like maybe it's the first day you've stopped thinking about your like brother being killed, and then you're scrolling through Facebook, and all of a sudden you see a post, and you recognize a name in it, your brother's killer, and you're like, what? And you read it, and it says the governor of your state is going to pardon your brother's killer and reinstate his gun ownership rights.
Is right. Everything that has happened is wrong on so many levels, and I don't understand.
Like, it's so bizarre. It's like personal torture. Like, it almost feels like the governor is, like, personally deciding to torture this one family of this killed guy. You know? Like, when I say that conservatives are evil, like, I really do mean it. Like, if you were ever their direct target, they would not stop trying to hurt you and ruin your life until you were dead. They don't care about you. They want you dead, okay? These people are absolutely fucking awful human beings. The average conservative is a fundamentally bad person until that changes about them. Do you want to know why that is? Even if they're not, like, hateful or whatever, most conservatives I've encountered, even the non-hateful, like, super Nazi or whatever ones, they only believe what they believe because the vile opinions they hold and express publicly garners a negative reaction from people, and they're so bored and so desperate for validation and attention that even a negative reaction that you get from offending people is enough to make them feel like they matter. I'm not even joking when I say that's how a lot of these people behave and think. It's genuinely pathetic, and I'd argue evil. I really do hate how, like, knowing how conservatives think, it makes it hard to feel empathy for them.
Why it is so crystal clear to me that this man needs to be in prison for the rest of his life, not a mere 25 years. Why he wouldn't even have to serve a year. It doesn't understand. I don't understand. Governor Abbott wouldn't pardon him.
I mean,
he wouldn't pardon him if this was a Trump rally. If this was a Trump rally and somebody drove into that crowd and gunned one of those people down, do you think Governor Abbott would pardon that killer?
Your question, I think, is swirling around so many people's minds, and I think...
God, this mom is doing a good job of just hammering home that this governor is a fucking evil, slimy, 50 pounds of shit in a 1 pound bag piece of fucking trash.
They have their answers quite clearly. I want to bring you in here, Quentin. It's unbelievable to think of how this mother has had to learn about a pardon for someone convicted of killing her son. You were considering filing a civil case even before the murder conviction. Is she without any legal recourse now? Are you going to be able to pursue any legal action now that he has been pardoned?
Laura, thank you. We decided, Sheila and I, and Sheila's one of the bravest clients I've ever represented, not to go forward with the civil case because there was accountability in the wake of the conviction of Daniel Perry. But now the governor's turned the rule of law on his head. He seems to have forgotten a basic truth that our founding fathers knew well, namely that respect for the rule of law begins with respect for the will of citizen jurors. And in this case, there were 12 citizen jurors who gave up 2 weeks of their lives to consider the evidence. They heard from 40 witnesses. They deliberated 50.
Nobody actually thinks the governor would pardon the shooter of a Trump voter, but now we have to pretend there is some well-thought-out reasoning for this. Tank Zappa, we have to pretend that there's a well-thought-out reason for this when, like, dealing with normies. Something you have to recognize is that, no, like, the dude was convicted of murder. It was an open and shut case, guys. Like, there was no argument about it. This was, like, a very, like, overwhelmingly popular decision. The guy was a murderer who was caught on video with 40 witnesses and a lot of other shit. Like, he did it and killed this guy. And Greg Abbott just let him out of prison because the governor can do that. Like, if you are in a state prison and you committed a crime in a state and were charged in a state, if you are within the governor's jurisdiction, they can just say, oh, I don't care if you... He could have raped 500 children on national television. Abbott could still pardon him. The governor has that power. So next time you think that the only election that matters is the presidency, remember that, like, the next governor of your state could decide to just snap his fingers and pardon every pedophile in every state jail and prison in the entire state. And just let them all loose. Yeah.
15 hours. And at the end of that, those same 12 citizen jurors voted unanimously to convict Daniel Perry. And assuming the governor or anybody else who would say this is a travesty of justice is correct, then there are two separate...
Absolutely, Mr. Inedible. The presidency doesn't mean shit if your state is run by Ron DeSantis. Exactly. You got to vote on everything. You know, like right now, it doesn't matter that Biden's president if you live in like Arizona, Ohio, like any of the other, Florida, fucking Alabama, Mississippi, these states that are cracking down on abortion. It doesn't matter how pro-abortion Biden is when the states have more power than the federal government when it comes to people's physical bodily rights.
Separate courts of appeals in Texas that can be allowed.
But then sometimes if the federal government has more power, then all it takes is one guy. Then it takes us being one Trump at the helm, and then California is forced to ban abortion, right? So it's a coin toss. Do you want these states to have the power to do this? Because that means all the time red states have the power to leverage their will on all their citizens unilaterally. But if the federal government has power over that kind of thing, then one conservative presidency means that like every good law ever established in blue states gets destroyed overnight, right? So it's a really scary situation of, do you want the states to have more power than the federal government, or the federal government to have more power than the states? Because these are only good, both sides are only good when the good people are in charge. Arizona has a Democrat governor. That's true, yeah. But like a lot of its legislature is Republican, though. A lot of it. I'm pretty sure like the entire Supreme Court of Arizona is conservative. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like almost all of it is right wing. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely out of my depth. Yes? Okay.
Allowed and should have been allowed to weigh in on this and potentially reverse it if it needed to be reversed. But when the judge steps in with 2 big feet and undoes the will of citizen jurors, a legitimate question arises. Is this based on the merits, or is it based on some crass political calculation?
Sheila, I'm so sorry for your loss and that we have not had a chance to meet your beloved son. And I, as mother to mother, I'm just heartbroken for you. And I commend, as your attorney is saying, your absolute bravery in continuing to fight and continuing to make the world know who your son is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura.
He was a good person. Garrett was a very good person.
I believe that with all my heart. Sheila, Quentin, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
It's just fucking sad, bro. It's just so fucking sad. It's just depressing. Like, there's nothing I can say about it other than, yep, a Republican did something blatantly evil again. Nope, there are no checks or balances to take this guy out of power for being obviously evil. Unfortunately, we do just kind of have to accept that. Like, he's just kind of, he's in power, and until 2026, when the next gubernatorial election happens, we are just shit out of luck besides impeachment. That doesn't do much, so we're just kind of shit out of luck when it comes to Texas. Best you can do is try to go to a city where Greg Abbott might not be able to reach you. You know, go to Galveston or Houston or Austin. Austin's good. Austin's, I hear, is really nice. One thing that that Texas does have going for it in the future is I think that it could become the next Silicon Valley, you know? I see a lot of, like, tech bros and, like, progressive, like, young, like, people moving to Texas as they start to make a bit more money, because Texas has insanely low property prices, barely any taxes, like ridiculously low taxes. Streamers are like flocking to Miami, Florida, and Austin, Texas for the low taxes right now. I don't know why LA and Seattle were like the big streamer cities in the first place when the taxes are so high and streaming is already such a like high tax job. Like literally when you stream, this is a good way, by the way, a good way to tell when somebody is like super disconnected from reality is when they say that you have to pay 40% of your taxes each year to the government. When people say that is, unless they're living in a state that has extra state taxes, that's them saying that their only job is making money self-employed on the internet. Like if you see a Twitter post saying that, like a Twitter poster, they just like self-reported without realizing it that because of what their tax bracket is, that means that they are like, their job is to post on Twitter, and they don't realize that if you work an actual blue-collar job, you're not taxed at a 40% rate. That's not that. No, that's a YouTuber. I'm taxed at a 40% rate. Streamers and YouTubers and people who post on Twitter and are self-employed like freelancers or whatever, taxed at a 40% rate. That's taxes Trump's tax policy, by the way. Not general like workers who are like working a traditional job where they receive a paycheck from an employer and or they receive a salary. So I love when like some conservative account like accidentally self-reports how out of touch they are with a post saying that like, yeah, you pay 40% in taxes each month. It's like, no, the average person does not pay that much in taxes, you fucking idiot. You just self-reported. Xanderhaw, LA, and Seattle is originally the streamer havens because they are in safe blue states. Well, there's that, but I think a lot of it was because Seattle and LA were the first cities to seriously start rolling out like fiber optic internet. And now they're rolling out 2 gig internet. Xfinity told me, like, when I was signing up for my service, that pretty soon they're rolling out 2 gig internet. I have the 1 gig right now, which, like, 2 gig is twice as fast as what I have now. I'm getting that once that's available. I'm getting the fastest internet I can get so I can stream eventually in 4K, dude. That's the goal. That's the dream. That's the dream. Yeah. Let's really hope that Greg Abbott doesn't win the next election, huh? Vote blue no matter who. Vote blue no matter who. In every election, down ballot, please. It really, really matters. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. Every thumbs up live cattle prods the YouTube algorithm into pushing my content out to more people, so no matter when, where, or what you're watching, thank you for the likes. Consider subscribing and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And of course, be sure to comment down below so YouTube boosts this content in the algorithm as well. All engagement helps, likes and comments most of all. And of course, follow my social medias linked down below in the description if you want to see more from me on other platforms. And if you want to support me directly financially and you have the money for it and you feel like it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And of course, don't forget, there's a completely free to join fan Discord link down below where I host game events, watch parties, and call-in streams, and I announce all my new uploads and streams as well. So I hope to see you there. I hope you join, and hope to see you again. Hope you have a good one. Thank you for watching. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out real nice. Hey guys, you want to know what PC I would build if I had fuck you levels of Hassan money? Frankly, if I had if someone right now gave me 1 month of Hassan's income, do you know what, like it would be life-changing money for me. But outside of that, do you know what I would do if I had fuck you amounts of money right away? What project I would undertake? Water cooler computer tower? That is insane how close you were to my... That answer, you need to do it like a psychic test, Perry Icefire, because that was crazy close. I'll show you guys in a second what I plan, but Perry Icefire's suggestion was literally 95% correct. I'll show you guys this. Hold on. Okay. I would make an insane, high-quality mineral oil PC. Hypers in chat if you don't know what a mineral oil PC is. I want to see how many of you have no clue what these are. If you've never seen this before, it will surprise you that this is possible. I'm going to tell you this. Baby oil, or mineral oil as it's just kind of broadly called, is completely non-conductive. If it's completely pure, there's no water in it, and no contaminants. It's completely non-conductive. And because of that, well, this will ruin your parts for any future use outside of mineral oil. You can't take it out and use it ever again, because it'll be all gunked up. You can make a fully functioning, submerged PC. Check this out.
A staple of our YouTube channel has been our mineral oil PC builds. Well, actually all 3 of them. If you haven't seen any of them by any chance, hit the eye in the top right corner to check those videos out. But one comment we get over and over again on these mineral oil PC builds is, how did you do this? How does this actually work? And I kind of just realized sitting here that I actually have not made a video explaining exactly how it works or how in the world you buy mineral oil. So today, I'm going to be doing just that, after a word from today's sponsor. This video is brought to you by TubeBuddy. TubeBuddy is for...
I just want to show you the cool
computer.
computer.
It will kill your computer parts. Kill computer. Therefore, it will not... is a non-oil will not kill you. Now let's get this out of the way. No, mineral oil will not kill your computer. Mineral oil is a non-conductive liquid, therefore it will not kill computer parts. Water is different than mineral oil. It will kill your computer parts. You can't submerge a PC in water. And, oh no, fish will die in mineral oil, so that idea won't work. I know you were thinking it. Now before you embark on this lube-filled journey, you need to know a little bit more about the risks.
Like, if you could actually get, like, your PC submerged, like, I guess you could make, like, a tank where your PC is, like, surrounded by a fish tank. I'm sure there's some way to make, like, a fish tank that water cools your PC. Like, make it the input-output of your water cooling loop, and, like, one side of the tank is your, like, warm water output, the other side is your cool water intake, and the whole fish tank, like a nice big one, would be your entire reservoir, and that's a lot of water to heat. So at that point, it's not a question of, is it enough to keep your computer cool? It's a question of, is your computer able to get hot enough to keep your fish warm? Because, like, it's going to take a lot of heat from your PC to warm up that much water. So yeah, I think that could actually be like a, like, no, it wouldn't be that, like, your PC's in it. I'm talking a system where it's like your PC is next to your, like, fish tank, but you've got pipes, leaks. Yeah. So literally any second, my water cooling loop could leak and explode my PC. Any second it could happen. I have my CPU is water cooled. I have a water cooled CPU loop. It's a 3-fan radiator with a like a loop that goes through. It's obviously not like a custom loop, so it's much less likely to leak, but it could. What happens when it's off? Oh, you turn your Who the fuck turns off their gaming PC? What are you, fucking insane?
Involved. 1. Your PC parts may never be the same. Once you dunk your parts in mineral oil, it should be kind of obvious, but these parts are going to be covered in it for a long time. There's a lot of ways you can remove mineral oil by cleaning it down manually with isopropyl alcohol or
this
drip
is never
drying,
coming out.
but it takes forever. So it's really best to consider your mineral oil system not resellable, because no one is going to want to buy that lubed up mess that you created. Second, upgrades are a pain. Yes, you can upgrade a mineral oil PC in theory.
Electrical bills, you'd be surprised. I live, like, I don't have a lot of other things drawing power at any given time besides my computer. So, like, it's actually not really a problem. I live alone. All the other lights in the house are off. I turn off lights when I leave a room. And so I actually, like, the majority of my power consumption is this PC, to be fair. If I turned it off more, I would use much less power, but I actually am not paying as much in power as you would expect. I'm paying less for electricity than I was when I lived in my apartment with Lonnie. Because I live alone. Like, if I literally, like, just inhabit... Like, when I'm home, I mostly inhabit 1 or 2 rooms, and when I leave that room, I turn off the lights and stuff. Can you teach my brother how to do that? I just, you know, once it's your house, you get a little more on top of those things, I guess. One thing that also really helps is I never use my AC or heating. Like, my central AC and heating pretty much never get fucked with because it's so cold here all the time that when I get cold, I either wrap myself up in a blanket like my legs are now, or I'll turn on that space heater down there, which you can... I think you can see if I go into full cam. Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's right there. Right there. You can see the cord. I'll turn that on for a little while and just warm up the single room until it's, like, a little unpleasantly warm, and then I'll turn it off, and I really just don't use up that much power. I don't have to pay that much electricity bill. You'd be surprised, even with always having my PC on. Plus, it's pretty cool in here, so my PC's not, like, overheating from being on for very long. I got very nice, cool ambient temperatures in here.
but you pretty much have to take everything out to do so, or at least take out some of the parts that you will need to upgrade. Keep this in mind if you are someone who actually plans on upgrading your system in the near future. It's gonna be a process and you're gonna want some gloves. Lastly, mineral systems can leak. It does happen. Mineral has this weird property to it where it likes to climb and cling to anything within it. So any power cords or video cords or USB cords going into the system, some of the oil might travel up the cable and leak outside the tank. It's very weird, but definitely keep paper towels nearby at all times of your mineral system. That's my #1 recommendation. Now that we have the main negatives out of the way, let's just get into how you can go about making one. First, the tank. Years ago, Puget Systems, a PC boutique manufacturer, used to have a case that was actually designed for mineral.
This is how I discovered mineral PCs, was when Linus Tech Tips made one. Here, I want to show like just the final product.
However, with displacement taken into account, you should be able to get away with about 30 bottles. You can definitely start to see how this is a slow process, especially if your store is really slow to restock. Yes, there are some bulk buying options online that I've found from my research, but they are either A, very expensive, or B, very hard to order in certain areas. This project just is going to take some time, and if you want to save and get the best value for the money, you're just going to have to go to a bunch of retail stores, clear their inventory, and come back the next day and repeat until you have enough bottles.
Jesus Christ. Can you put lube in it, though? Yeah, we call that the Sauce Master PC. It's when you sauce that thing up, you know what I'm saying? Sauce it up. Alright. What do I cover next? Ooh, I know what I'm covering next. This is an interesting topic. The scroll has spoken. The scroll knows all. It tells me what I must do. It tells me secrets. Oh, Hypixel notification. Oh, they did a memorial post for Technoblade. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everyone. So, I cannot believe this, but I got absolutely time-cucked by a topic I covered yesterday. I covered a topic yesterday that was like, it seemed like it was the kind of topic where absolutely nothing new could, like, come out of it, like, anytime soon. Like, there's no way that, like, I'm getting to this and then something big is going to happen before I can upload my segment and force me to go back and make a new one because it's such a big deal. And that was the Rada Law segment, or Rada Law segment. I don't know how it's pronounced. For a brief summary, Rada Law is this guy. He's a, like, lawyer YouTuber who's right-wing, and he's made a lot of content that was, like, pro-Johnny Depp during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. He blew up off of it and made a ton of money, bragging about how easy it was and how it was just a super easy grift. And he did a bunch of pro-Rittenhouse content, which did okay. But he's really known for, like, the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff and some of his more, like, conservative content, right? He is been on an interesting road, okay? What I covered yesterday was the fact that everyone's kind of been talking about this clip of him that got taken from one of his recent streams where he appears to be... The joke was originally, everyone assumed at first, is he jacking off here? I don't think he is, and most people have like kind of settled on he probably wasn't. This just seems like he's really fucking inebriated on drugs and alcohol, probably crossfaded, and having like a spasm. Didn't he also side with that Vic guy? Yes. His top video on his channel that he has like pinned is an interview he did with Vic Mignogna, the voice actor guy who was who did like a rape or two. He did a little bit of a rape. Anyway, allegedly. I don't want to get sued by that motherfucker. He's got like Fallout voice acting money. Anyway, let's check out the video that kind of started all this, and I'll get into the new development that I did not expect when I covered all this stuff yesterday. That completely threw me for a loop. He looks horrible. Oh god, yeah. Show the before and after again? I do need to, yeah.
Why is my camera still on?
Oh, he's hammered. Yeah, he's hammered. He's fucked up. So, there's a good side-by-side, I think. Can I find the side-by-side of how he used to look? Like, how he looked then and now? There was one that I was showing before. Bro. Oh yeah, here's a good... oh yeah. He got sent by Chris Chan a replica Sonichu medallion. And ironically enough, much like the ring, possession of like the ring of power, it has kind of corrupted him. And he looks like this now. This is how he looks now. But before, around the time he received the Sonichu medallion, he looked like this. He's really fallen apart. I think that the power of the Sonichu medallion is actually tearing apart his very soul. Now here's the thing. I covered all that yesterday, and I talked about how, like, I really wonder if this guy is going to head in, like, an only use me blade direction or, like, an Ice Poseidon direction and end up being, like, drunk as shit, blackout, getting, like assaulting people and, like, doing illegal shit on stream. Well, apparently, the police decided he's not even getting the opportunity. Because last night, literally like an hour after I did my segment about him, by the way, the police showed up to his house where he, his girlfriend, and his mistress were, along with, I believe, 4 children. By the way, I'm going to get a little more into the kid stuff and what I believe was going on there. And what the police found when they came in were drugs, like hardcore drugs, federally, like illegal drugs in their state, and guns. Both loose and packaged ammo and firearms. And if a drug is illegal where you are and you own guns, you're not just owning illegal drugs, you're owning illegal drugs and firearms, which makes it look like you're like a drug dealer. It makes it look like you're an illegal drug dealer, right? So they had cocaine or meth is what they were charged with. That's not legal anywhere. So like you got cocaine and or meth and guns and you're fucked. So sure enough, this is a post from Undoomed, which, you know, he sucks, but it's really mostly right-wing figures that are following all this. Holy hell, Nick Rado is facing over 26 years in prison. Of course, they'll probably offer him a plea, so who knows what he'll serve, but Jesus fucking Christ, this has to be the worst hangover in history. However, since he has involved his kids in this, I have little sympathy. It's both his kids and I think maybe his mistress's kids, and your guys aren't going to believe this. The husband or ex-husband of this guy's mistress, of Ricada's mistress, is a streamer who was live streaming when he, like the news came out that his either ex or current girlfriend had been arrested with Nick Rado with drugs and guns with their kids at the house. We have the video of the guy's reaction. That was hard to watch for me, because, fuck, dude. That was hard to watch. Here, let's first start off with the clip of Nick finding out what his current charges are. Mind you, we literally are in an era where watching someone's court trial is like watching a live stream debate. Like look at this is him in a cell right now, like in a little room where they send you for your hearing, and it's a Zoom call, and it's a public Zoom call, so everybody has access to this guy's entire hearings and trial, I believe. Goes crazy. Anyway, let's see this.
Count one is second.
Who is the streamer? This guy? Like I said, his name's Rada Law. He's a conservative, like, grifter lawyer YouTuber who blew up standing for Johnny Depp during the Depp v. Heard trial. He multiple times bragged about how much money he made off of the Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard videos he spammed out like 5 times a day.
Second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine. This is in violation of Minnesota Statute 152.022, subdivision 2, print A, print 1. The maximum sentence for that count is 25 years in prison and or a $500,000 fine. Count 2 is possession of ammunition or any firearm with the user of controlled substances. This is a gross misdemeanor, so the maximum sentence is 364 days in the Kansas County Jail and or a $3,000 fine. Count 3, endangerment of a child when present with a sale or possession of a controlled substance. Again, a gross misdemeanor. Count 1 is second-degree possession.
So yeah, he's facing a lot of time. Bro's not looking good, guys. Bro's not looking good. Get rid of chat. It's not covering up anything important. It's fine. Bro's not looking good. Bro's in a bad place right now. He might be in a bit of trouble. He might be in a little bit of trouble. It looks bad. It looks pretty bad. Where was the... Let me see if I can find... Yeah, here are the people that were arrested. So, here's his mugshot. Here are the 2 women's mugshot. I forget, one of them is his wife. So, Kayla and Nick Rado. So I believe this is Kayla Rado. I believe this is Rada Law's wife. Then this is him, and this is the mistress. Here's your chips. Let me see if I can find the clip. Yeah, here it is. So I believe this is the moment that the husband found out Nick Rado got his wife arrested. So this guy here is the husband of the woman who speculatively is Nick Rado and Nick Rado's wife's mistress. And we don't know if they're separated and this was like known or not, like just a thing that was being done behind this guy's back, or if this was like, you know, him getting like cheated on or something. But he finds out about this in the worst possible way, live on air. Behold, possibly one of the hardest to watch clips on the entire internet, because nothing, you can watch like there are movie scenes that are like this that are hard to watch because they're so cringe, but it's not real. It's actors acting out a scene that's been like made up. This is real. This is real. Oh my God. And the podcast is called Misery Loves Company. Well, watch.
Hey, I'm not trying to ambush you, but I'm getting tons of messages.
We're not reading messages. People are sending
no.
you.
You need to. This is big for the show. No, this is big for the show. April has been arrested today with the Ricardas. Do you know anything?
I don't believe that.
Is that her?
I don't think so. No, that's not. No. There's no way. That's for sure been edited.
When you Nick Rado and his wife are in.
I think they might be separated when you consider how he almost sounds like a little bewildered happy.
Jail for possession along with Aaron Imholt.
No, that's definitely been altered.
It's fake. If it's not fake, the show will never end. Will Heron, Aaron, can you tell?
Oh my God.
It's real?
Whoa. Holy shit.
They're separated but not divorced. Okay.
Wow. I'm getting more messages right now. Oh no. Oh no.
Wait, Aaron, this is real?
I don't know.
Fuck. Wow. I just got another text about it.
Fuck.
In real time, you could see his brain short circuit. This is real drama. Like, this is actual, like, this is cinema, but it's all real. This is the kind of shit that happens in movies and TV shows, the kind of drama you only see in movies and TV shows, but it's not real. This time, it's fucking real. This is raw and real emotion.
It's real?
I don't know.
Fuck. Wow. I just got another text about it.
Fuck.
Dude, you got some work to do, brother.
Well, I mean,
technically you don't.
I think we can get those papers signed now.
Wait, so this is
I think
real?
they're separated.
I just looked at the roster.
What roster? Tonight's lineup?
The county jail roster.
I just got an inmate number.
I will say, my mom said this to me after I broke up with Lonnie, and it was so fucking true, and it resonated with me so well. You never sleep sounder than the first night knowing that your shitty ex is in jail. And yeah, it's true. Like, just knowing that, like, right now, as you're laying your head down in that nice, comfy bed on a nice, comfy pillow, your shitty ex who did something to fuck you over, was, like, bad in some way, is in jail. If that's, like, something that you've been able to experience that feeling, it's really something else. It's a damn near, like, heavenly vibe.
Her inmate number. This is... And the county jail number. Wow.
How do people find this out this quick?
They find everything. They found out who my fucking cousin was.
Wow, that's like the same thing.
I feel. Oh man.
God. What a rough situation. I feel bad for that guy. I don't know if he's like a piece of shit or not. Like, I don't know if that podcast and those dudes on the podcast are awful or something, but I mean, they didn't say or indicate, like, their chat didn't even seem to be full of slurs or anything, so it's hard to say. Oh, Dick Masterson, a popular-ish, but still quite, honestly, like, really falling off, to be honest. I'm happy to say so. Like, right-wing, shit-stir, like, shock jock type comedian. I really only enjoy him when he argues with Destiny on PKA. That's when he shines, but outside of that, he's kind of pointless. He's like really, he's like super big defending Rakita Law the last couple weeks, as people have been dunking on him for his like continually like declining obvious health. He's like, look what he cropped out, showing like Rakita Law's total revenue in the year, 1.2 million. So to give you an idea, in just April 23rd to 2024 to May 22nd to 2024, he's made $1.2 million, though now he's in jail, so, well, rough. But, like, just give some perspective on how much money even, like, a little 400,000 right-wing channel is making. This guy's literally made... He's in jail right now, and yet he's made $1.2 million so far this year. But supposedly, that money is a defense of the guy clearly falling off the fucking wagon and destroying his life. This, you know, I think Dick Masterson's been really quiet about this since the arrest happened. Let's see, what else? There's been a lot of videos coming out from all of this. They've been quite funny, too. Someone uploaded, like, an extended hearing video. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe I didn't like it. I did it again. I didn't like an important video that I was gonna show on stream. Rawr. Rakita Law arrest details. This video's so long. Jesus Christ. I swear there was a longer clip of the hearing. Come on, Twitter. Come on, Twitter. Why do you do this to me, Twitter? Yeah, Twitter's unusable now. I forgot. You just have to get lucky that, like, a topic related ends up on your timeline whenever Twitter feels like showing it to you. You can't just, like, search a topic and reliably find a bunch of shit on it. Ah, it's rough. Rough, rough, rough. Not great. Not good. Real bad. Real bad state Twitter's in. Not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan of how hard it is to find relevant shit. Really not big on it. Not happy. Don't approve. Gonna say. Thumbs down from me, frankly. Oh, here we got it. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the one I was looking for. This is from Drama Alert. Breaking, lawyer Nick Rado is facing allegedly 25 years and being charged with child endangerment, possession of cocaine or crystal meth in excess of 25 grams or more, and possession of ammo and firearm with controlled substance. Rough scene, man.
In Minnesota versus Nicholas Robert Rada. Am I saying that correctly? You've told me before.
Yes, sir, Rada.
I have your date of birth is December 16, 1981.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Currently reside at 1.
He's a lawyer too, so he's representing himself, by the way.
291. Okay. Your appearance today is based on 3 counts to a complaint order for detention. The record should reflect that Alex Kornahachi appears for the state of Minnesota. Mr. Rada, you are self-representing yourself at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Count 1 is second-degree possession, 25 grams or more of cocaine or methamphetamine. This is in violation of Minnesota.
Yeah, we saw this bit. Okay, yeah. What the fuck is that doorbell noise? It's so distracting. It's people joining the Zoom call. These Zoom calls are public, and they don't expect, like, a ton of people to join like this or for it to be, like, a big deal when some YouTuber gets brought in. So it's very easy for trolls to fuck with the hearing, and they were. The trolls were fucking with the hearing. There were videos of people fucking with the hearing, and it was funny as hell, but I can't find them all of a sudden. Like, they've all gotten, like, purged from Twitter because they were too interesting. Elon Musk personally deletes every interesting post off of Twitter the second he finds them. He's, like, constantly on the prowl. He finds a post that, like, gives you even the slightest bit of intrigue in reaction to reading it, and he instantly manually deletes it himself, personally. It's the policy there at Twitter now. Yeah, he chews on the wires like a shark, with much more dull teeth and a much more pussy jaw bite, like Bite Force. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, please consider leaving a like. Every single thumbs up really helps the channel a lot, so no matter when, where, or what you're watching, please consider thumbsing up. It does help a lot. And of course, if you haven't already, subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so you see when I go live or upload, and make sure to follow or comment down below. I had a fucking burp. Make sure to comment down below to help engage and boost the channel in the algorithm as well. Follow my social medias linked down below as well. And of course, if you want to support me financially directly and you've got the money for it, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch with my Streamlabs link down below. And don't forget, there's a free link down below to join my fan Discord, which is the hub of my fan base. It is totally free to join, as I said before, and I host fan events there. I do game events, I do call-in streams, I do watch parties like I'll be hosting right after this stream soon, and all sorts of other cool fun stuff, as well as announcing all my new uploads and streams. So make sure to join my fan Discord if you haven't already. I certainly hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. Have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty solid. Will you be streaming tomorrow? Maybe. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling. We'll see. Okay. Let me check something really fast. Okay. Alright, I don't want to spoil this next segment, so I gotta mute Opera. Or it'll fucking spoil. Alright. Okay. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everyone. This is an interesting topic because I know many of you guys may have no love for the franchise I'm discussing, but this drama and the franchise that is, you know, kind of the target of this drama is kind of integral to the current state of the online culture war with right-wing, like, bullshit spreading and grifting, and that's Assassin's Creed. The new Assassin's Creed game, AC Shadows, has been announced for the very first time for real. Let's be honest, the platformer game doesn't count. We're getting an Eastern setting in an Assassin's Creed game. People have been asked, like, the whole idea of the assassin is that you are a stealth combat, like, the assassins are basically like ninjas, but not really. So it's always made sense that we would have, like, ninja assassins. It's even been canon in Assassin's Creed for years that was the case. So we've always wanted, like, going back to when I was literally in middle school, I remember reading the comments on every new Assassin's Creed trailer announcement. Man, this looks awesome, but I do still wish we got Assassin's Creed Japan, you know? And there have been fake concept art designs that have been leaked for a decade of the supposed next Assassin's Creed game being the one we would finally get set in Japan. Ninja seems like a very broad term. It is, it really is. But in Assassin's Creed Shadows, we're finally getting what we wanted. And honestly, that and then some. We are going to have two characters. One of them is a samurai, whose combat and gameplay style is focused on boots in the ground, like straight up just sword-swinging combat, and a character who is a shinobi, who is more of the traditional assassin, the character who has the hidden blade, who climbs, who stealths, and you know, fucking air assassinates people, and jumps out of the bushes to assassinate people. It's a really good way to split up the gameplay. And I got the trailer right here. I'm going to go ahead and show it to you. And if you're not already caught up on this drama, very quickly you should figure out why people are upset. Why right-wing gamers are so panties in a jumble over this. For me as an Assassin's Creed fan, this just makes me so happy. It's what we've always wanted. It's what we've been begging for like a decade.
Who are you? Who do you serve?
All I have ever known in my life. Our land. Our customs. My family. Burns in the name of unification.
Still a frog in a well, who knows nothing of the sea.
There he is.
The ocean's filled with new ships, but they all come from the same river. Greed.
So, this is the character that has upset the right-wing gamers, but definitely not because they're racist, of course. They're not racist. Do not call them racist. They just don't like that he's black, okay? But they're not racist, though. But also, it is not. They're not okay with him being black, but they're not racist, though. You're not allowed to call them that. That's a slur. Racist is a slur. That's really mean. You don't call them that. They don't see race, but they don't like that he's black. Basically, the argument from them is that it is an Assassin's Creed game, and it takes place in Japan, so why isn't the protagonist Japanese? Now, what I find very impressive about this is that through watching this trailer, the main character here on the left, our shinobi character, who is Japanese, is such a good assassin that these guys completely forgot she exists. They can't see her. They're upset that a single character in the game is black, and if you just, like, whittle them down enough, they'll eventually say, why can't we have a Japanese male character? Because a lot of these, like, racist gamer types, they kind of consider specifically Japanese people honorary white. You've noticed that, right? Especially, like, the weeb Nazi crowd, like, the crowd of, like, Nazis who will call you a Jew and then their profile picture is an anime girl. Like, those people unironically consider Japanese people, like, honorary whites. And so they're mad that a black man is tarnishing what to them is effectively pro-white supremacy, or at least pro-racial supremacy, if it were to be a completely racially and ethnically homogenous setting. Now, here's the thing, though. They're also really fucking dumb, like, on every level of this as well, because, like, this character is not of the same people as the rest of Japan. She's from, like, a remote village that is literally considered a different people that gets slaughtered, and she goes out on a revenge rampage against, like, an emperor who's probably a Templar. I don't know all the story yet because the game hasn't come out, right? I don't know. It just seems really weird to just try to minimize that there is a Japanese main character when they're still trying so hard to pretend that, like, it's not because they're racist. They just think it's weird that a game takes place in Japan in the Assassin's Creed series that, quote, doesn't have a Japanese male protagonist. It's such a weird standard as well, because it's never been the case. You guys know that Assassin's Creed games have taken place in settings where the people that are in them aren't from there before, right? I mean, for a good example of this, I'll show you a good example, because they love talking about, what if there was an Assassin's Creed game, right, that took place in Africa, right, and you played as a white guy? That would be unacceptable to you people. And so they'll make that argument The thing is, I'll see if I can find it right now, but it's hard to find, like, gameplay of a particular mission from a game, especially because I think this is a side mission. No, yeah, I found gameplay, okay. This may look like the rest of the game, because the rest of the game takes place primarily in the Caribbean, but AC4 has you play as a white Welshman, and you go to Africa, like the west coast of Africa, for like a couple missions. And it's not where the whole game is set. The rest of it's set in the Caribbean. But like, there was never an established rule for Assassin's Creed that you had to set the game wherever the protagonist was from, or wherever the game was set had to have a protagonist from there. Hell, AC Revelations. Ezio's not from, where is it? Fucking Constantinople. I feel like an AC game in Indonesia would be cool. Yeah, I mean, you could pull it off, like an AC4 Black Flag style thing. There's also an oppressed indigenous group called the Ainu in Japan. Yeah, like the idea that right-wingers think that, like, Japan is some, like, ethnically homogenous country that they can use as, like, a Eastern analog for white people, due to, like, some weird, like, model minority mythologizing bullshit they do, to try and justify, like, there's always got to be a group of non-white people that racists can point to and say, hey, I'm cool with them, to try and, like, deny being racist. Racism has lost the culture war so bad. To get people to be racist, you first have to convince them that being racist is anti-racist. Haven't you noticed how much of, like, the rhetoric around this is actually like, aimed at saying that actually Ubisoft is racist for not making the main character Japanese? Like, this is Africa, by the way, that I'm showing you. That's the footage. It's really grainy because older game, but you know what I mean. So, yeah. Set off conservatives like crazy, and the right has decided that Assassin's Creed Shadows is their next big thing to be mad about constantly. They're going to be grifting off of this for a while now. It's their next big Rings of Power, Star Wars, Ghostbusters, insert thing they decide they're going to try to wage culture war against. And one of those people who's decided to jump on board, who literally doesn't play video games as far as I know, and has, like, no grounds to talk about this, is Michael Knowles. Only apparently, because the new Assassin's Creed games are, like, pretty RPG-oriented, something they've done for a while now is made your character typically bisexual. Such that any character who's, like, potentially romanceable that you want, you can romance them, guy or girl, so, like, the player can get whatever they want to see, right? And that's a thing that a lot of RPGs tend to do. They allow you to be bisexual nowadays. Kind of New Vegas started that trend. Fallout New Vegas lets you be bisexual or lesbian, or gay, and there are benefits to it, like for speech checks, and you get like if you're bisexual, you get a damage boost of 10% to both genders in the game, but if you get like just gay, then you do more damage to men, and if you become like a lesbian, you do more damage to women. And you're not considered gay if you get like the lesbian perk. You're not considered a lesbian if you're a guy and you get the lesbian perk. That's only if you're a woman. So like you get the lady killer perk in that case, but if you're a woman, you get Black Widow, and that makes you a lesbian. I think that's how it works. Or no, maybe that's I don't remember. But there's a perk that's literally specifically like the icon is two women practically kissing. And like the other one is like a dude giving another dude a massage for being gay. It's funny as fuck. But yeah, because apparently Assassin's Creed Shadows is going to have this feature, the right has decided to get upset and say that the main character of Assassin's Creed Shadows is not only going to be black, but gay. And much like Bad Bunny, it seems the concept of a gay black man makes conservatives literally want to throw up in their mouth. One such conservative is Michael Knowles, the little snaggletooth demon. Let's take a look. Let's see what he's got to say.
I have to make a big retraction. It takes a very big man, a very big, handsome, sexy man to admit when he was wrong.
Okay, I was going to save it for later, but I feel after that he deserves me to show you this. Let me just show you a clip of a student film that Michael Knowles did when he was in college. Because, like, you need to know that he's done this before you see all the homophobic shit he's about to say. Enjoy.
You okay, buddy? Gonna vom?
No.
You afraid to go inside?
It's not that.
I can leave.
That was... Wow. Thanks. Have you not done it with many?
Mind if we don't get into that?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's not a lot, is it?
Can I get...
Also, for the record, the retainers of samurai, or like of lords and samurai, were bisexual, because sometimes the thing that the samurai or lord would want of their retainer was like pleasure, you know. And so there's a good chance that Yasuke, I believe is how it's pronounced, by the way. I don't know exactly, but I think that's correct. I'm pretty sure Yasuke probably, maybe, potentially threw it back for Nobunaga. You know? It's possible. It could have happened. He might have thrown it back for his lord.
And I was wrong. Now, I was wrong. I didn't err in that I made the right decision given the information I had at the time. But later information proved that what I advocated was not correct. And so
God, it's always the people who can't even be bottom-tier industry people that resort to grifting and racism to make money. Yeah, no, like, every big conservative pundit you see is a failed dropout of, like, mainstream media, like, non-political stuff that resorted to politics in order to make money. It's not so much the case in the left, though in some cases it can be true, but especially so on the right. If you can just repeat what people agree with politically, they will give you money and they will watch you. You don't have to be charismatic. You don't even have to be particularly well-informed or educational, and they will still do that. You can even be boring, slow, non-well-spoken, drawn out, and fucking might, like, mute half the time, you know? And people will support it. But you kind of have to be able to provide entertainment outside of the political sphere to make your content worthwhile, you know? And that just doesn't really work well for people like Described Hassan. So true. So true. But no, it very much applies to Ben Shapiro and all the Daily Wire goons like this guy, right? Because he used to be in acting. He failed out of it. And where else could he go but Daily Wire and try to cope with becoming a talking head? People watch him if he's a talking head, and he can pretend like they're watching him for him and not like they're just watching to hear their politics. That's why whenever you guys disagree with me, I argue with you guys like fucking crazy. And I make sure, even if you guys don't agree with me, you still stick around because you like me. And if you don't like me, you gotta get out. But conservative grifters don't care. They're just trying to make money, so ends up being very soulless and corporate, right? Like, look how soulless and corporate this feels, too. Have you really yet to find a conservative pundit, that even an actual grassroots funded one, that doesn't present themselves as super, like, soulless and corporate? I literally have a Super Earth flag up in the background, and I feel less soulless and corporate than this shit, you know? Like, I'm literally repping Super Earth, the most soulless corporate organization in all of fiction, and like, I'm not getting across the same vibe, I feel, you know? Crowder is also a failed voice actor. I mean, I wouldn't say he was failed. He was an Arthur, right? I guess he got fired, so maybe he was failed. We do argue, yeah, but you're always civil about your responses, etc. Pretty much, Zan, and we love that about you. Yeah, I feel like you guys appreciate me for me, and while I imagine tons of you that watch only want to hear about the politics, a good amount of you like me for me, and I like that. Not really the case with content creators like this. Like, this whole political grift thing on the right is a very easy path to just grinding out money, just as a random fail son. Oh, we got a random Nazi troll in YouTube chat who doesn't know that My actual chat is my website. He says, Ola Jala Jim says, you fell off, bro. You have like 10 people commenting, lol. You got me, man. Only 10 people watching. There's only 10 people talking. Yeah, you totally got me, man. Epically
I'd like
owned.
to
I've
just
fallen
clear
off.
the air. A few days ago on the show, I endorsed Yasuki. Yasuki is the black.
Yasuki? Okay, I know it's not Yasuki. Come on. Come on. Come on. I don't know exactly how it's pronounced, but I know Yasuke is closer than Yasuki. Come on. Bro.
Black guy. My producers insist that this man's name is pronounced differently. I heard Yasuke, and then now they're writing in my teleprompter it's pronounced Yasuke. I don't care, nerd, Professor Jacob. I'm calling him Yasuki because that's what it's spelled like. So anyway, I endorsed Yasuki. And he's
got a fucking teleprompter. He also wears an earpiece too, because remember, these guys are corporate as fuck. They have a whole company and office building they're running out of. Man, one day, guys, I'm gonna make enough money from YouTube to like buy or rent one of those like storefront / apartment complex buildings where it's like the front entrance is like a glass like storefront, and then above it is like apartments. I'm gonna like rent the whole building, move in a bunch of my friends, and oh, it's gonna go hard. That'll be the studio. My buddy Balth, who might be in chat right now, is gonna run a game shop out of the storefront. That's the dream. That's the dream. My buddy Balth has always wanted to run a game shop, and so if I can afford to attain the building, then I will pull that off. Yeah.
Said Yasuki, even though he's a black guy in the Japanese samurai story, he's a real character.
In the Japanese samurai story? Okay, well, yeah, he's a real person. He existed. He's an actual historical figure that existed. He was a retainer. Now, there's people that are arguing and saying he wasn't a samurai. He wasn't a samurai. Samurai was a very broad term. And yeah, he was technically a samurai. I believe he was also, like, canonically, like real life canonically, fought in battles. Like, funnily enough, you could nitpick and say he probably didn't use a sword, because I don't recall anything about him using a katana to fight. But what he did use, notoriously, was a bow. He was known as, like, the best bowman anyone had ever seen. Whenever they, like, recounted how good with a bow he was. He was given samurai stipend as well. Yeah. I mean, he had all the privileges of a samurai. He had the title. Like, he was a samurai. Like, the people telling you he wasn't are just wrong. There's a reason why, if you look up Yasuke right now, even if you look at videos from 6 months ago till later, everything calls him Yasuke, the first black samurai. Like, everything refers to him that way. Nothing doesn't refer to him as a samurai. He just is overwhelmingly accepted to have been one. And the idea that the consensus isn't strong enough for a fucking Assassin's Creed game is miraculous to me. The first Assassin's Creed game, the MacGuffin of the game is the Apple of Eden. You cannot tell me that a fundamental aspect of Assassin's Creed is the historical accuracy, okay? The point of Assassin's Creed, what makes it so special is the setting being very faithful. That's good. The story, though, the stories have rarely been, like at best, they work within the margins of what actually happened in history. At best.
Character. He went over to Japan with an Italian, Jesuit missionaries, and they go over there and he impressed some of the imperial people and ends up becoming a retainer in Japan, and so he's a type of samurai. I think that's historically interesting, and so I think...
Wow, holy shit, he managed to tell Yasuke's story and not mention slavery a single time. That's fucking crazy, dude.
I endorsed him being in the video game. And then they had to make him gay. And it's not even... Look, had Yasuki been gay, I'd say, okay, include it. Oh, I get it's history, and history's kind of...
So he was okay with it until Yasuke ended up being gay. This means... You know what this means, right? Bro is so far in the closet, he's engaging in self-hatred right now. Fuck, man. He's found his Christmas presents.
Interesting and weird sometimes. But I don't think Yasuki was gay. Okay? And I know there are going to be all sorts of Jesuit jokes and all sorts of Italian.
Well, no, I don't know about that, but the reason why people will say he may have been bisexual or at least engaged in those acts is because his job was, if his lord asked, to spread those cheeks and to take it or give it if that's what his lord wanted. That was in his job description. It happened historically. Retainers did that for their lords or for samurai too. That's how it worked.
Italian jokes that pop up but back in those days, the Jesuits were really, really solid. Things went a little bit wrong in the intervening. But
what the fuck is he talking
There's
about?
no evidence that Yasuki was gay. And yet, according to new reporting on this from all sorts of outlets that I've never heard of before because I don't play video games, according to this reporting, the company itself, Ubisoft, wrote in a blog post, Naoi, I guess that's another character, and Yasuki's disparate personality.
I guess that's another character. That's the other protagonist who is the other 50-50 main character of the game, because there are two main characters you switch between if that concept is unimaginable to you, who is Japanese in the setting I like that he admits that he's not a gamer, so he obviously doesn't know. But it really is disrespectful how many of these supposed super gamer geeks and gamer nerds are claiming that there is no Japanese main character in Assassin's Creed Shadows, when it's man, the whole trailer is about the Japanese main character. Yasuke is treated as a cameo to the trailer, if anything, fucking hell.
Personalities also lead them to have different relationships and rapports with other characters, and they don't always feel the same way about people. Nor do people always feel the same way about them. Romantically, they will also attract and be attracted to different types of people. Through the pair, players will get to experience a multitude of relationships. And
he doesn't understand the concept of an RPG allowing you the option of being bisexual, basically. He doesn't understand that a woman might play as a male main character and decide to they are into a male character that maybe you couldn't romance him unless you're playing as a female, but she's playing as a guy. So it's oh, that sucks. But in most RPGs nowadays, it doesn't matter what gender you play as. You can romance the character you want to, because most characters are bi by default in a lot of RPG games. Not always, though. Cyberpunk, for example, kind of goes in the other direction there, where there are characters, a lot of characters are bi, from what I know, but some of them are gay. And they'll have no interest in you if you're not who they're, the gender they're into. So there are, gay characters and, set straight characters in Cyberpunk. I think that's pretty cool, but, the idea that allowing your character to have bisexuality as an option for players is, woke or something. I mean, we're literally at the point where we're saying player choice is woke. I mean, at this point, you're just trying to make video games worse because you think, games being good and well-made is woke. I'm sorry, but stop trying to ruin video games, or we're gonna have a real problem. If these people actually start to try to ruin video games the way they say that, the woke people do, there's gonna be a real problem. People are actually gonna get pissed off.
There is a lot of other evidence in this article that I won't finish reading that suggests that they're going to make Yasuki gay. Because they got to make everything gay. Because it's 2024 and everything has to be.
He actually doesn't understand the concept of games giving the players the choice to do something. He doesn't understand that it's not a movie with a set track, that this is the team saying, here is an option the player can choose to go for their story. He doesn't understand, because he doesn't play video games, that games aren't typically a track. Like a set track these days. Usually it's a lot more malleable to your choices, the outcomes and the ending.
Not even gay. Gay is sort of conservative and traditional now by the standards of today. Now it's all got to be 3 genders and pansexual, and you got to be into polycules with billy goats. So I formally withdraw my endorsement of Yasuki, not of the person Yasuki. He seems kind of interesting, but of the video game. They took a very interesting historical story and they made it much lamer.
So is the is the talking point now going to switch from they were never mad that Yasuki, or he's got me saying Yasuki, they were never mad that Yasuke was black, they were mad that they made him gay. Is that what like the historical rewriting is going to end up being in like a month? They're going to claim, we were never mad that he was black. We were mad that they made this real historical character gay with absolutely no context for it for the agenda. We have no problem with Yasuke. It's just that they shoehorned gayness into him. And of course, he won't even like actually be gay. They're just misinterpreting like player choice options. Like, Christ. Please show us that picture of him in the covers with the guy that one time when you're done with this segment, please. One more time when you're done. Yeah, I will.
By imposing an anachronistic and historically unsupported lavender coating to the whole thing. It's out. Now I'm never going to play Assassin's Creed. Not that I was going to before. Right now, go to genucel.com/.
Oh yeah, sorry. The whole rest of the video is going to be an ad. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but like Daily Wire videos are roughly 3 minutes of content and then 5 minutes of ad half the time. Like sponsorships, like it'll be back-to-back sponsorships. Like he's about to do a sponsorship for like the cigars, his own merch, Genucel, like NordVPN. NordVPN sponsors every like Nazi YouTuber with any clout online, by the way. So like, don't use NordVPN. Not to mention, NordVPN will give all of your info to the government if they ask. Your info is not secure with NordVPN at all. It is only useful for like pirating shit or watching stuff from other countries on like streaming services. It is not secure. Use Molvad. It costs money, but it's cheap. Use Molvad. And never use a product that a YouTuber that's not me is sponsored by. As you guys can tell from the fact I've only taken one sponsor ever, and it was for a water bottle that I still use to this day. And it's been like, what, 5-6 years now? Yeah, I just take sponsors I think are good. But yeah, you guys supporting me, though, dropping likes, subscribing, ringing the bell icon so that YouTube tells you when I go live or upload, and commenting down below is how I keep the lights on this channel. Though, I don't know if we'll ever quite reach the level of success as Daily Wire, but hey, if you guys want to try and rival them, the best way you can do so is to support my content. So comment down below, like, follow my social media, subscribe, donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website if you want to support me financially directly and you've got the money for it, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, or Patreon if you want, or buying merch through Streamlabs as well if you want to support me through other means. And of course, don't forget to join my fan Discord. It's totally free. It's the main hub of my fan base. I host watch parties, game nights, and call-in streams there, and I announce all of my uploads and streams there as well, so make sure notifications are on. I hope to see you there. I hope you enjoyed this stream, and yeah, I hope you have a good one. I just noticed I said, I hope you enjoyed this stream. I'm not wrapping up stream just yet. I've still got one more topic to cover before we wrap up. And we're going to watch Dune Part 2 in the watch party in my Discord after we wrap up stream. So it won't be quite over for the night once stream's over. Don't you worry. All right. I know what the next topic is on the scroll. I wonder how they feel about Lil Nas X. Oh, Daily Wire, they fucking hate him. The right hates Lil Nas X. Truzan, fans stay even after stream ends for the doo-doo fart. True. If you're not here when I say doo-doo fart, then you're not a real fan. So true, so true. Real, 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 real. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Really helps lots. So is Yasuke gay or bi? I need to know if my fan fiction of mommying him after a battle is plausible. I think he's bi. It's probably plausible. Thank you for the $5, though. I appreciate it. I'm pretty sure everybody in those feudal times was some, like, old school kind of bi. You know what I'm saying? All right. All right, everybody. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. We're going to be talking about an interesting topic today, and that is the game series and the creator of said game series, The Last of Us. Now, many of you are probably familiar with The Last of Us because of the popular games. Many of you might only know about it because of the show from HBO Max that came out a while ago. And I'll say that, like, I'm kind of a Last of Us fan, right? Like, I appreciate The Last of Us for what it is, you know? Like, it definitely has made a pretty big impact on the gaming industry. I think a lot of people have come to take gaming as an industry a lot more seriously because of The Last of Us. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of good to it. Its combat is actually surprisingly good. Like, the gameplay of The Last of Us, people give it shit like it's a meme to say, over the shoulder third-person action RPG, or whatever the phrase is. Like, oh, it's generic. But The Last of Us actually has really snappy, good gameplay, both 1 and 2, which kind of, like, just made it even better. Yeah, the third, I mixed up like 3 different words I was about to say into like 1, you know, I'm just trying to talk so fast. Anyway, I think The Last of Us gameplay is good. I think the story is good, though very unoriginal. Like, the concept of what the story is with like Joel and Ellie is really unoriginal. If you know, like, what other media came out like shortly before that was like obviously kind of ripped off a little bit, especially when you know who made The Last of Us. Now, a couple years ago, I was much more of a Last of Us defender, and the reason for that was because The Last of Us Part 2 had become the target of the right-wing culture war in a really unfair and shitty way that bothered the fuck out of me. I really didn't like it, but they were, like, attacking it from the get-go, trying to claim that, like, a character was trans that wasn't. Even though if they were right about that character being trans, they were also being horrifically hateful. There was a bunch of that grifting of trying to just make a bunch of money off of hate slop content around a popular thing before it comes out. And then, of course, when it came out and it was popular, everybody that was doing all the, like, doomsaying for the game had to find some copium to explain how the game could be the biggest PS4 or PS5 release of all time and still be a total flop that went woke and went broke, right? It was pretty funny, though. Here's the thing, though. Those people focused a lot of their attacks at Neil Druckmann, the guy who's, like, the lead writer and, like, story dev or whatever, the lead director and project manager of The Last of Us. And a lot of their attacks seemed really weirdly vitriolic. Now, what I knew of the guy that wasn't unfair was that he was known to be a little pretentious, right? And Naughty Dog as a studio had a reputation for being a little pretentious. And a lot of this came after the release of Last of Us 1, right? Now, I defended him because a lot of the people attacking him were like far right, and it seemed like it was really politically motivated attacks. But over time, I started to realize, damn, nah, Neil Druckmann does kind of suck. The first realization I had was like a year ago. So, well, no, it was back in October. For those of you guys that don't know, Neil Druckmann has come out as a staunch supporter of the IDF in Israel. Are you guys aware of that? The guy who's like, the guy who made The Last of Us is like literally pro-IDF, pro-Israel dude? Yeah. I didn't know that. Bad news bears right now. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. Not just something I learned recently, but right now, this is the story that's passing around that is uniting all gamers, left, right, and center, on a mutual hatred, in a mutual hatred of Neil Druckmann. Neil Druckmann says AI will reduce costs, quote, revolutionize development, and help push the boundaries of storytelling in games. He adds there are ethical issues that need to be addressed, and it's crucial to precisely direct these tools to achieve the intended outcomes. That does not sound fucking good. So first he's talking about how he supports the IDF, and now he's talking about how he wants to use AI for future Naughty Dog games that he's working on. But trust me, guys, it's gonna be good AI. It's gonna be good AI, I promise. That's why I have to prep you all to be, like, okay with it before we do it. Because if we just made a game, and it did well, and people liked it, and then we said it was made with AI, no one would care. So, but, like, no, trust me. The fact that we're prepping you for it means it's totally good news that we're gonna be using AI. We're not trying to boil the frog. Trust me, trust me, trust me. Trust me. Anyway, I learned this today, and I was like, oh man, Neil Druckmann, he actually does kind of suck, huh? Like actually sucks? And then I found this out. And this actually fucking blows me away. How many of you are familiar with what The Last of Us was originally going to be? The Last of Us went by a different name before it was called The Last of Us. The name was going to be Mankind. Do you want to know why? Neil Druckmann's first pitch for The Last of Us 1 was that only women could be infected by the cordyceps fungus. So the player, Joel, or the character who would become Joel, would be brutalizing woman zombies for most of the game. It took multiple other Naughty Dog devs telling him it was a bad idea for him to realize that it was indeed a very bad idea. The original story, and I'm sure you can still see the shreds of that original story that are still, like, kind of around, was that only women could get the cordyceps virus. And so the original story that Neil Druckmann came up with was that Joel had found the one woman girl on Earth who was not susceptible to the cordyceps fungus, and would have to transport her across a country full of men who were gonna try to get her. And that was, like, Neil Druckmann's idea for the story. And, like, the whole time he'd be brutalizing zombie women. And exclusively zombie women. That was what and it was gonna be called Mankind. And that was gonna be what The Last of Us was originally. That was Neil Druckmann's Last of Us, if the devs did not stop him. What the fuck was he cooking? Yeah. So, when you look at Naughty Dog today and Neil Druckmann now, and you see how, like, pretentious and, like, virtue signally he is, man, like, I feel united with the right on this. Fuck Neil Druckmann. Do you guys want to see even more evidence that that he was sexist as well, or that he has a problem with women? For those who don't know, Neil Druckmann is credited as the guy behind Uncharted as well, another Naughty Dog game franchise that's very popular. But for those of you guys that don't know, Uncharted's 1 and 2, you know, the good ones that people, like, universally praise, those two games were made or written originally. The creative director was a woman named Amy Hennig. Or Hennig. I forget exactly how it's pronounced. And she and Neil Druckmann kind of shared the wheel for a lot of these projects. But then there was a creative disagreement, and Amy Hennig left the company. And Neil Druckmann was left to solely helm the ship, with nothing but the occasional protest from other Naughty Dog devs that stopped him from doing things like making Mankind instead of The Last of Us, right? So, learning all this stuff today, it's like, man, my opinion of The Last of Us and Naughty Dog and Neil Druckmann has just kind of dropped substantially, hasn't it? Would you guys agree? So Amy Hennig was what made it Uncharted good? I mean, I wouldn't pin it on a single person, but it certainly wasn't Neil Druckmann. Neil Druckmann seems to be like an actual hack. Okay, so apparently, tell me if I'm wrong here, didn't Neil Druckmann, to give you an idea of like why people don't like the guy and they think he's a douchebag, Neil Druckmann went to like a Hollywood event and posed, like just stood there posing for people to come and like randomly take pictures with him, and not a single person did. For like an hour, apparently, he stood at this like event, for some Hollywood event, posing and expecting people to want to come and take photos with him, like they'd know who he is. And no one recognized him or cared to get a photo with him. And you could tell how mad he was after a little while. People were taking, like, the only photos people took were the photos that people took making fun of him. Kind of reminds me of Elon Musk at that one Fallout premiere event, where, like, nobody wanted to hang out with him and Todd Howard. Like, everybody was making, like, a wide berth around Elon and Todd Howard, the two most unlikable people at the fucking building. Like, why are they here? Who invited them? The people that, like, universally every Fallout fan hates, you know? The real-life version of Mr. House, but not anywhere near as cool. Like a failed version of Mr. House, who's already a failed version of what he's trying to be. And then, fucking Todd Howard. Hey, apologize to Todd. No, fuck Todd Howard. Todd Howard can actually eat my asshole. I would shit down Todd Howard's throat if given the opportunity. That's what he deserves, okay? No, there were cameras there, just that they were silent, and the post that made it was community noted. Okay, my bad. There's some actual psychopathy there that should be looked at by a doctor or something. With Neil Druckmann, I don't know. It's just very cringe. He's just a very cringe guy. And knowing all this about him really puts some stuff into perspective, doesn't it? Anyway, I just thought this would be a fun little segment. I'm curious what you guys think about the situation. Oh, nice. Excuse me. Well, if you enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like down below. Every single thumbs up really helps the channel a lot. I really do mean it. It goes a really long way, boosting my content and the algorithm out to more people, so no matter when, where, or what you're watching, drop that thumbs up. And of course, don't forget to comment down below for the same effect. Subscribe and ring the bell icon to turn on all notifications so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. Follow my social medias linked down below in the description. And don't forget, if you want to support me directly financially, consider subscribing, donating, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buy some merch through my Streamlabs link down below. Or just check out the Streamlabs link down below. Look at the merch store, see what's there. You don't even have to buy. And don't forget, there's a link down below to join my free Discord server. It is my fan hub, the main hub of my fan base. We do watch parties, game events, and call-in streams there. We're actually going to be doing a watch party in there in just a few moments, actually. And of course, don't forget, I also announce all my new uploads and videos there too, so make sure notifications are on and you won't miss anything. I hope to see you there. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching. Nice. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Oh no, do we actually have Todd Howard defenders in here? That's actually fucking crazy. That's actually fucking crazy, dude. That's crazy. Listen, I'm just gonna say... No, I can't say anything without getting... Never mind. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based of you. Very pog. Thank you. Said conservative parents, sex ed is bad. Also conservative parents. And then a YouTube link. What's this?
As moms, we're coming together
Baby Botox. So real. This is such a conservative mom
to
moment.
fight the biggest threat to our babies. Signs of early aging. Introducing Baby Botox.
When my newborn daughter, Broccoli, started getting forehead lines from her continuous crying from being stuck in the car with the windows rolled up, I knew I had to step up as a mom and do something. This is Broccoli before. Now this is Broccoli when she's angry, mad, and when she is stuck in the car.
When my daughter Insulin turned 18 months, I was afraid I was gonna have to throw her out. But thanks to Baby Botox, she doesn't look a day over 16 months.
The science behind Baby Botox is simple. We take actual poison and we inject it so close to the baby's bloodstream.
People say not to get Botox if you cannot see the existence of wrinkles yet, but I cannot see the existence of God, and I still pray to
The world for young people is scarier than ever, but your baby shouldn't be able to react to it. As moms, we're coming to.
It's fucking crazy, dude. Jesus Christ. That is real, though. That is real. Thank you for the $5, PepperT21. Very kind of you. Thank you for the support today, guys. You've been very kind. Very kind and generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, guys. I think it's time. I think it's time, guys. I think it's time to start getting everybody into the watch party. I think it's Dune Part 2 time. What do you guys think? Dune Part 2? I think it's watch party time. Everyone, join Xander's Theater VC in my Discord. It's actually not a VC, it's a stage. It's got like circles surrounding like a figure of a dude. It's about midway through my voice channels list though. Honestly, I'm gonna move it to the top because, well, I'm gonna put it under Gen 2 voice because we go there so often. I feel it should be pretty high. Actually, no, I'm gonna put it at the top of the fucking list because everyone, we go here often, you know. We're in this place, you know. So, yeah, go ahead and join Xander's Theater. Get in there now. I want everyone to join. I'm gonna start the stage now. Dune Part 2 Watch Party. I'm gonna start that stage. Very nice. Look at that. We've already got, what, 12 people in here already? God damn, 13. Let's get more people in here. Come on. I want to see all you get in here now. Hop in here. Get in here. Come on. 22 people. Hop on in here. I want to get as many of you in here as possible. It's movie night. Don't miss movie night. Exclamation point Discord in the chat to get a link to the Discord. Go ahead and click the link down below in the description. If you want to join the Discord from YouTube, if you're in YouTube chat right now, hop on in here. I'm going to be making an announcement as well to get everybody in here. But I'm going to give you guys 30 more seconds to hop on in here before I wrap up stream. Come on, guys. Hop on in here. We're going to be doing a dope-ass watch party. It is going to be a blast. I can't wait to see Dune Part 2 for the very first time. This is my blind first time watching. So I hope to see you all there. We've got 27 people now. Come on, hop in there, guys. Get your asses in here. There's over 200 people here right now, and only 28 people have joined the watch party. Come on, guys. Hop on in. You get to watch a movie with your boy Zan. 30 people. Come on, hop in. It's first come, first serve, by the way, so there are limited slots, and if you don't get here in time, you might not be able to get in at all. So be aware of that. There is a 200 slot limit, and we have hit it before. So be aware that if you don't join now, you might not be able to join and watch later. So I recommend you freaking hurry and grab your slot while you have one in the theater. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching today. Thank you for your support. I really, really do appreciate it. You are all amazing and awesome. And as always, I will see you all next time. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. I may be. You'll have to find out. But don't expect me to. But be surprised pleasantly if I do. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. I love you all very much. Have a damn good one. Bye-bye. Doo-doo fart.